Testing.
Everything's in place and they've
Testing,
taken a
1, 2, 3.
Yes.
Testing.
Now to start reeling them in.
I think we're live. Hey guys, it's Bumper. Hope you're having a great day today, and if not, hopefully I can make things a little bit brighter. And welcome to my Genshin Impact live stream. And sorry that I'm a little late for anybody who was planning on coming to the stream, you know, my planned stream. Yeah, things kind of went a little bonkers with work, trying to get something to eat before this, as well as people in the house being on the phone for too long, and me trying to wait it out so we don't have a lot of loud background noise. But either way, hey, we're gonna do today, in case you were wondering what's planned for today, if you didn't know what the heck just happened. Okay, we'll ignore that. Anyway, hey, today, if you were wondering what we were going to be doing, if you didn't see on my tweet or my community post today, we are going to be checking out Fontaine for the first time. We're going to be playing through the first act of the Archon quest. So, I have not been to Fontaine yet, so everything that we see there is going to be brand new to me. Yeah, I have barely seen any sort of gameplay or anything to do with Fontaine, or scenery, or anything. I've been trying to cut myself off so everything's a surprise, so yeah, everything will be my first reaction. Did I switch over my stuff? Because my tablet is being wonky. Yeah, okay, we're still streaming, we're good. We're fine, okay. Just want to make sure. But let's get started on this Archon quest, and let's see. We need to go to Caravan Rebot? Okay, I guess maybe we'll, like, start from here, but that's kind of a long trek to Fontaine, because I did look at the map to see where it is, and that's a long ways away. But just so you know, today's stream will be a little slower than some of the other story quests due to the fact that, as I said, I haven't been to Fontaine yet, so none of the teleport waypoints are going to have been unlocked yet. So yeah, today's live stream will be a little slower than usual. Well, but that's okay.
Good old Caravan Rebot. Now let Paimon think. What were we up to the first time we came here?
First time we came here, running from the academia because Dotori was after us?
Oh, Paimon remembers. Nahita's consciousness had been trapped by the doctor, but we followed the clues she left behind to help her.
Good memory, Paimon.
So much time has already passed since then, and it seems Sumeru's changing for the better now that Nahita's in charge, right?
I'd imagine.
Paimon just hopes this peace will last a long time, and then Nahita won't have any more new problems to deal with.
Yeah, but as long as we're around, it'll be hard to say what will happen. We kind of bring trouble.
Yeah, guess you're right. We somehow always find ourselves right in the thick of it. Who knows what will happen next? Come to think of it, maybe it's all because of you. Maybe you're just a magnet for trouble.
Maybe. Could be true. But I was just thinking that you might be the problem as well, Paimon.
Huh? Me? Before Paimon ran into you, Paimon never ran into any trouble. At most, when she was super tired, Paimon got caught in some strange whirlpool and sucked out into sea. And even then, you fished Paimon out. Anyway, for Nahita's sake, maybe we should think about heading to our next destination for now.
Alright, next stop, Fontaine.
Ah, look who it is. Running into you in a place like this? I can see you two still love wandering around.
Dia! I didn't think we'd see any of the other characters before we leave.
Oh, it's Dia! Since when are we just wandering around? We're usually taking care of some serious business. Even though it may have nothing to do with our journey.
Very true.
But never mind that. What brings you here?
I just finished a commission in the desert for a usual client of mine. Nothing too interesting. Just escorting a shipment of goods. I'm on my way to report back. That's when I saw you two all the way over there, chatting away. What were you two talking about anyway?
We're preparing to leave Sumeru and head to Fontaine.
Huh? You serious?
Who was staring at us? And why?
Can't say I saw that coming. But you are travelers after all. I guess you'd never stay for too long in one place. Bumping into you like this will become a rarity. I'm starting to feel sad just thinking about it.
Me too. Well, we're gonna see him in the Sumeru cast in events still, like, every now and again. I'm still gonna be sad that we aren't gonna get to hang out with some of them, like Sino or Tainari or Alhaitham, Nilu, all of them.
Hey, how about I gather a few mercs to escort you two? What do you say?
I think we'll be fine, but maybe, sure, why not?
Thanks, but no need. Oh, Paimon had no clue you'd miss us so much. But don't worry, we'll come back to see everyone when we get a chance.
Sounds good. All you need to do to get to Fontaine is cross this stretch of desert and navigate some waterways. Knowing you two, I'm sure it won't be anything you can't handle. So, when are you leaving?
We'll leave as soon as we've finished a few more preparations.
Oh, wait a sec. Paimon just remembered there are still a few dishes in Sumeru that Paimon hasn't tried yet. Now, where's that list Paimon made?
Well, I'd probably want to try a bunch of foods too if I was in a foreign land, so I can't blame her. Who are you? Why you being sus?
I see. Guess you won't be needing a going away party or anything. It's sad enough to see you go like this. Though, now that I think about it, Sumeru wouldn't be what it is today without you. Seems true heroes always prefer leaving quietly.
By the way, should we go say bye to Nahida?
In her case, she'll know from our dreams anyway.
Oh, good point. Then there's no need to bother her in the real world.
Then, I guess this is goodbye for now, Traveler in Paimon. Whether as a client or a friend, you're always welcome to come find me.
Take care, Dia.
Goodbye, Dia. Bye-bye, Sumeru.
See you another time, Sumeru. Is it gonna teleport sphere? Game. I hear waterfalls. Oh my gosh, it looks so pretty. I want to get in there right now. Let's go. Get that viewpoint because that's a view. Holy, and it's risen up like on a mountain. I know we saw this view from like the trailer, but still, it's so nice to see it in game. I love this game. It's so pretty. I know I don't have it probably on the highest graphics setting that you can get or whatever, but that's mainly just because I do streaming and I don't know if my computer could handle streaming and higher graphics quality, but even without it being on the highest settings, this is gorgeous. Oh gosh, am I gonna run out of stamina? Should I have done something different? Can I take this boat over, maybe? Oh no, I cannot go over on this boat. How exactly am I supposed to get over there without running out of stamina? Well, let's hope we don't drown. Maybe just do it slowly so we don't run out of stamina. But hey, at least we can get a nice long view of this place. kind of has some ancient mythology kind of inspiration, it looks like, from the architecture over there, like the trees. It kind of makes me think of like Hercules or whatever. Oh, there's one of those things. Please, please, please let me get pulled out of the water by that thing. Please. I can't. Oh, dang it. Okay, good thing I have some of those dishes that increase your stamina. And where is the... Is there one for swimming? Climbing. Sprinting. No, there is not one for swimming. I wonder if Fontaine will give us one. Just go over here and please don't run out of stamina. Okay, I think we'll be fine. Come on, let us up. Whew. Okay, we're fine. I don't know why it wouldn't let us up from the water. Maybe we were supposed to glide over. That would have been better, probably. And I'll take this one. Let me up, for the love of...
Right.
Oh, whatever, just do it from here. First, Hydro-Oculus. Yeah, baby, we're starting the new adventure all over again in Fontaine. Looks even better up close. Probably because of render distance or something like that.
Whew. After crossing all that sand and water, we finally made it. Oh, this must be Fontaine's port.
I'd imagine.
Wow. Everything looks so advanced in Fontaine. Paimon's heard that the industry here is extremely developed, and there are all kinds of unusual machines.
So I heard, and it's about what I imagined. Or, you know, honestly even more impressive than I expected.
Just seeing the sights as a tourist is nice, but maybe it would be better if we found something to do. What do you think?
Let's start by trying to meet the Hydro Archon.
Good idea. Nahida gave us loads of useful information. Seeking out the Seven is probably still our best source for information at this point.
Our journey is, after all, to find my sibling and find the truth. And there's a Melazine! So cute.
Yeah, the more we can learn, the better. So, what do you think the Hydro Archon's like? Will we get along? Nahida said that she has a very unique personality, whatever that means.
I have a feeling it is going to be.
To learn about a nation's god, start with the nation's people. There seems to be some locals talking over there. Let's go see if we can join the party.
If you ask me, it's a tragedy how things ended for him. Clearly, he was a pretty decent person.
Yeah, I didn't expect that kind of ending for him. I thought he would at least fight on a little longer for his family. I was expecting a sudden plot twist, but it's a pity that it never happened. Still, his story is quite the tearjerker.
Excuse me. Can I help you too? I couldn't help but notice you standing here listening.
Lyney! We'll have to go talk to her.
Hi. We're travelers new to Fontaine, and we had something we wanted to ask, but you seem to be really busy talking about some kind of play, so we didn't want to interrupt.
Play? Oh, no. We're talking about something that really happened. In fact, it's a case that was just heard a few days ago.
Really? Like, a real trial? But the way you were talking about it and the words you used just now made it sound like some kind of story.
Exactly.
Well, good tales are often based on true stories, aren't they? And what you see in reality may also be someone deliberately putting on an act while harboring ulterior motives. Whether something is true or not simply isn't that important. The main thing is whether the story being acted out on the stage is splendid enough. Oh, but it looks like you're not from around here. You probably don't know that the Fontaine Court of Justice is called the Opera Epiclese, or more commonly known as just the Opera House.
So they see trials as a sort of opera?
But, shouldn't court cases be treated a little more seriously than that? Not to question Fontaine's way of doing things. It's just that putting someone on trial is usually a very serious thing.
No worries. Other visitors to Fontaine have wondered the same thing. You could say that we just don't want to waste the moving stories behind those cases. And as for your worries about whether the cases are treated with due reverence, we have the absolutely just and honorable Chief Justice Neuvillette, as well as the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, a machine created by the Archon. Between the machine and the Chief Justice, false charges and injustice are a thing of the past now.
A judgment device created by the Archon?
Oratrice? Is it some kind of machine too? Oh, Paimon's curious. We should check it out if we get the chance. Wait, Paimon almost forgot to ask you our question. Do you know what we should do if we want to meet the Hydro Archon?
Oh, that's easy. Just go to the Opera House. Lady Furina practically lives there. You could definitely say it's her biggest passion.
I think what they mean is that they wish to speak with the Archon personally.
Bingo.
In that case, I'm afraid it's going to be a tad more difficult. You'll have to make an appointment well in advance, and it'll depend on whether or not she has any time slots available.
Make an appointment?
Huh. Is the Hydro Archon super busy taking care of official stuff? Wait, didn't you say that she's always at the Opera House?
No. Lady Furina seldom takes an interest with the nation's affairs. The reason it's difficult to make an appointment is simply because she's incredibly popular.
That's right. After all, she is the Archon. Though she may tend to get a little dramatic from time to time, people can't get enough of her.
Huh. First time Paimon's ever heard of an Archon being described that way before. Wait! Paimon gets now! The Hydro Archon is kinda like a big celebrity here, right?
I think this is the first time we've actually had an Archon so presently forefront in a nation.
Yeah, I suppose you could say that. Perhaps you could even say our mascot.
Hang on. This is still Fontaine's Archon you're talking about. You should show some more respect.
Yes, you're right. I guess I should at least try to be a little more respectful in front of visitors. Otherwise, I might get arrested and find myself face to face with Monsieur Neuvillette.
Come on. Sure, there's a lot of laws here, but nobody's going to be arrested for saying something disrespectful about the Hydro Archon.
Seems like the people of Fontaine really like the Hydro Archon, but they don't appear to revere her.
Alright, I think we get it. Thank you! At least we now know that we can find the Hydro Archon at the Opera House. But who knows how long making an appointment will take? Guess we could have a look around the city in the meantime. Hey! What are you looking over there for?
There's a girl over there, and she's been standing alone for quite some time.
Huh. Maybe something's the matter. She isn't going to jump into the water, is she?
I don't think so. She just might be looking at it.
Maybe we better go check on her.
I can't believe we're finally here. Probably the nation I've most been looking forward to out of all of them. Hello, Lyney. Or Lynette. I get their names mixed up.
Hello there. Excuse me. Are you alright?
Huh? I'm fine. Thanks.
Oh, okay then. We just noticed that you seem to be worried about something.
About many things, actually. But there's nothing I can do but just keep my troubles to myself. I was just reminiscing about a place my brother and I would play when we were kids. It was just atop that hill over there. See?
You're pointing at the sea. Wait, are you saying that you and your brother lived in the water?
Maybe they're mermaids?
No people call the waters around Fontaine a sea. It's actually just an inland lake that's filled with fresh water. And though I can still see that hill clearly in my memories, now it's been completely submerged.
Oh, so the water levels have been rising, I guess, around Fontaine, in flooding areas around it.
He would skip and jump, tossing sand in the wind. The sun shone brightly, and the air was filled with the scent of the sea. But now, the water is gradually swallowing our memories. It won't be long before it swallows us.
Sorry. Paimon doesn't really get what you mean.
It's flooding.
I don't believe we've had the pleasure of meeting. Are you Lynette's new friends?
Lyney, I guess, maybe. Depends on what she thinks.
Oh, and you are?
Thanks for looking after my sister. She often comes here to reminisce about our childhood, that's all. There's no need for any concern. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Lyney, and this is my sister Lynette. If I had to guess, I'd say you must be travelers from abroad.
Ding ding ding, you got that one correct.
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. We just arrived in Fontaine. We were just talking with your sister. Even though we didn't really get what she was saying.
I see. It's unusual for Lynette to be so willing to talk with anyone. In fact, she seldom speaks at all. I'm usually the only one she ever talks to.
How interesting. I guess maybe she trusts us somehow?
Oh, really? Then you two are just like us. Paimon's always the one talking for some reason.
It's funny how they called it out. There's hardly anything left for me to say with you around, Paimon, because you always steal on my lines. Really calling it out.
So that's how you think it is?
I also think my brother can be too talkative at times.
Seems you were right, Paimon. We are quite similar.
So, what did Lynette mean just now when she said that the water is engulfing your memories? And that it won't be long before it engulfs you too?
Oh, that. It's from a prophecy that's been circulating in Fontaine for some time now. Well, I suppose prophecy isn't exactly the right word, because that implies a certain amount of uncertainty. There's no doubt about what's happening in Fontaine now.
What's happening to Fontaine?
Where to begin? Let's put that question on hold for a moment. We still haven't formally greeted each other yet, have we?
Did all the introductions earlier not count?
Hello, traveler.
Hello? Nice to meet you.
And hello, Paimon.
Hey! Why didn't Paimon get a handshake? You're not poking fun at Paimon, are you?
Please, don't take offense. Just consider it a sort of etiquette we have here in Fontaine when making new friends. You should remember it. It might prove useful.
Okay.
Oh, alright then. Well, Paimon's just happy to have a local friend now. By the way, we were just getting ready to go to the Opera House to meet the Hydro Archon. Would you be able to show us the way?
So you're going to see Lady Furina? No problem at all. In fact, I was planning to go to the Opera House later myself. I'll gladly take you once I finish things here.
Thank you.
Please, follow me.
Alrighty, off with adventure. I love their designs, they're so cool looking.
You said you were going to see Lady Furina? Well, it seems Lady Furina has come to see you.
What? The heck? Is she actually welcoming us to her nation? What? This has never happened.
Huh. So, she's the Hydro Archon? But how did she know we were looking for her?
I'm wondering that as well. What?
My dear people, rich and poor, those with cup in hand and those with nothing at all, raise your glasses in celebration. If you don't have one, then just raise your hand in lieu.
I feel like her and Fischl would get along well together.
As you can all see, 2 unfamiliar travelers have arrived in our nation. Come, let us make a toast in honor of this traveler and her companion, who have journeyed here from distant lands.
Again, how did you know we were coming here? I love the outfits here.
Is she talking about us?
I'd imagine. Nobody here seems to be holding a glass.
I've long heard of the turmoil and chaos you left in your wake as you visited other nations, but I welcome you nevertheless. No, I have come to receive you personally.
Huh, well, thank you, I guess?
Fear is for insignificant cowards. I am a god, and I will never entertain the notion of such meaningless wariness. You can be rest assured, I see clearly your sincerity.
Her eyelashes are interesting, and she's got 2 different colored eyes. Cool.
Of course, seeking an audience with me is the most sensible thing to do. It will allow you to truly behold my power and witness my authority. Intelligent people always gather under the correct banner. I, Focalor, hereby welcome you to the nation of Hydro and acknowledge the value and significance of your trip. Now, you may rejoice in this.
Well, finding the Archon was obviously easy enough.
Yeah. Paimon still can't believe it. Feels like we've only been here for a few minutes.
We have.
But the Hydro Archon's entrance was, how should Paimon describe it? A little over the top? Miss Hydro Archon? How did you know we were coming?
I see. As Outlanders, you inevitably lack even some of the most basic understanding. Don't forget that even the gods can be divided into the mediocre and the excellent. I suppose it's only natural for you to be awestruck by my abilities. You had best stop and consider. Do you really have the noble qualities and etiquette necessary to communicate with a god? All it takes is a flick of my finger for me to know everything about you.
Oh, so that guy overheard us talking with Dia, that we were going to go to Fontaine, probably hearing about what we've done, and then just informed her. You don't actually have any sort of powers. It's a masquerade, just like a lot of things here, probably.
Whoa. Talk about sounding high and mighty.
Feel like she can't get over herself.
Oh? What's with these looks? Perhaps the welcoming ceremony still isn't enough? What else should I say then?
Can we have a conversation, like one-on-one, rather than just this?
Is she waiting for us to start talking?
Wow, I didn't expect to see Lady Furina here. What a surprise! Wait, does this mean they're the legendary blonde traveler? How did I not notice before?
Hey, what's all the commotion? Oh, is that Lady Furina? Is there some kind of drama going on?
Of course. That's the blonde traveler. The one all those stories are about. Lady Furina came here to personally see her. Oh, I bet this is going to be the duel of the century.
What? I don't want to fight.
Ooh, I've got to see this. I knew Lady Furina would never disappoint.
Yeah, started now. My dear believers and spectators alike tend to get quite rowdy, and despite the noise, I've come to tolerate all their ruckus. You may consider this my reward to all of you. I have determined that there will be an epic duel between myself and this traveler from another land, just as you were hoping to see.
What? I have to agree to this first, and I say no.
Now she wants to fight? Aren't we getting a little ahead of ourselves?
Fighting gods, I guess I've got it on the resume, so you know what? Bring it on.
Are you not afraid? Might I remind you that this is a duel against the divine?
Yeah, I fought multiple gods. Get over yourself.
What are you trying to do, traveler? Provoking a god in front of her people?
Stand down, Clorinde. I admire her bravery. Few have the courage to draw their sword against a god. She is obviously a true warrior. Unfortunately, people nowadays only crave to be thrilled, and a mere duel will not slake their thirst for excitement.
Oh, yeah, she's right. Just a duel wouldn't be all that interesting.
Why not? Come on, it's a duel between one of the best warriors and the god of water, whatever you want to say.
On Araneus, criminals are always requesting duels to defend their honor. They're getting a bit old, to tell the truth.
You see. Then, as the god of justice, I shall face this traveler in another kind of duel. A duel in court!
What? Is turning into Ace Attorney or what?
All right! Now that'll be worth seeing!
Right. This is Fontaine, after all. Such a grand opera house, it would be a pity not to use it.
Why do you care so much about the crowd's reactions? Seems you've spent a little too much time in the opera house. Besides, how exactly do you plan to have a duel in court? You mean you're going to put us on trial?
We haven't committed any crimes here. We literally just arrived. How can we be put on trial?
Oh, we have reason to put you on trial. It's obvious, isn't it?
No.
According to Fontaine law, no one is permitted to release any flying objects within Fontaine city limits during the first 3 days of each month. You are clearly guilty of violating this law, no?
Oh no, she's referring to Paimon. Can you cut us some slack? We literally just got here and we didn't... How could we have known about this rule? It's such a weird one, too.
Oh, so that's what they've done wrong. That's our Lady Furina. No one knows the laws of Fontaine like she does.
You call that obvious? What kind of law is that? Wait, flying object? You mean Paimon?
This is... Girl, you're gonna get on my bad list if you really put us in court for just having Paimon around.
Precisely! Now, if you two have no objections, then in the name of the Hydro Archon, I order your arrest.
Oh my gosh, we're getting arrested within the first 5 minutes?
My apologies, Lady Furina. I don't mean to spoil the fun, but if you would allow me to interject, I don't think that Paimon here meets the definition of a flying object.
Please save us our butts. Please, I'm begging you. Ooh, I want to see more of the land than just a jail cell.
You tell her, Lyney! Finally someone who's not crazy. How could anyone call Paimon a flying object?
Ah, great magician Lyney, my beloved citizen. I'll permit you to object. But how exactly do you plan to prove your claim?
As a magician who just rained on your parade, I naturally should shoulder the responsibility of saving the show. So, with such an audience gathered here, allow me to perform a trick for everyone.
What? going on? Wait, he shook my hand and touched Paimon's back. Is he trying to make it look like she's a prop? Are we gonna have to fake that she's a prop the whole time?
What's that on Paimon's back? Hey, when did you do that?
Ah, when Lynette patted you on the back.
There. As you can all clearly see, Paimon should be classified as, well, something like a balloon. This rope has been in the Traveler's hand all along. It was just that no one could see it before.
Huh? You call that magic? You've got to be joking.
I thought it was pretty good. Nice one.
Huh. I'm not sure what to think. It seems Lady Furina's charges no longer hold water.
Please work, because I don't want to go to jail.
Amusing. Very amusing, Lyney. Just the sort of unexpected twist that I enjoy. With you here, today's performance can finally be called complete.
By the way, I love the music here. This is so good. Like, I am gonna need to listen to the OST. It's so fun, like, this music. I don't know if it's like Furina's theme or something, but it's so good.
Performance? You see all this as a performance?
In which case, consider the matter of your trial resolved. The god of justice will not bring charges against an innocent person. But when there are valid grounds, I will not only judge travelers from abroad, but even the gods of other lands.
Okay, good to note. Warn all our other Archon friends not to come here.
I look forward to seeing your upcoming performance at the Opera House, Mr. Lyney and Miss Lynette. That's enough for now. Toodaloo!
Just like that, she's gone. Well, that's the most unpredictable Archon Paimon's ever seen. He never even had a chance to ask her anything. But that's a problem for future Paimon. That whole scene just now was really
Crazy. Yeah, exactly. Thanks for bailing us out, Lynette. Did you know that was gonna happen?
Don't mention it. I just happened to remember that there was such a law, so I did a little preparation, just in case. I didn't think it would actually come in handy. So, now do you see what kind of god Lady Furina is?
Dramatic.
She can be a bit confusing at times, but she is still amenable to reason.
Yeah, confusing is definitely a good way to put it. Is she really as reasonable as you say?
Anyway, Paimon had no idea you were a magician, Lyney. It sounded like you'll be performing at the Opera House, right?
I just know a few simple tricks I use to make a living. Lynette is my assistant. It will actually be my first time performing on the most prestigious stage in Fontaine, the Opera House.
Oh, you've never performed there before? Cool, first show.
But isn't the Opera House where criminal trials are held in Fontaine?
When there are no public trials being held, the Opera House hosts a variety of other performances. To the people of Fontaine, the line between a trial and a performance can be a little blurred.
Sounds interesting.
And speaking of performances, I would be remiss to forego this opportunity gifted by fate. Might I invite the two of you to see my performance?
I'd love to see a magic show, so why not? Sure, let's go.
My brother's always excited to make new friends.
Hey, and maybe if we go, we might actually get to talk to Furina and not be in not a stance where we're getting arrested.
Oh, sure. We don't really have anything to do now, and we wanted to go to the Opera House anyway.
I'd be delighted.
Splendid. In that case, why don't we go together? I'll show you the way. I just have something to take care of first.
Is there any way we can help?
You really mean it? Then I'll take you up on your offer.
Of course we mean it. You already saved our butts. Why don't we help you out?
This is a magical item known as a magic pocket. Perhaps you can help me distribute them to the people here.
Okay. Just looks like a bag, but whatever.
Huh? What are they going to use it for?
Exactly what I was thinking.
About that... You asked me before about the prophecy, right? Let me start by telling you a little more about what it entails. I'm not sure exactly when it began, but a prophecy has been circulating around Fontaine. It says that every person in Fontaine is born with sin. No matter how the nation of justice holds trial after trial, this sin cannot be absolved. Until one day, the water levels in Fontaine will rise, and the sinful people will slowly be drowned.
What is this, Noah's Ark?
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
That sounds pretty gloomy. Why are people in Fontaine born with sin? What is that supposed to mean?
There are lots of guesses. Some say that the ancestors of Fontaine stole the power of the seas and stirred its wrath. Others say that the people of Fontaine never heeded the first Hydro Archon's warnings and offended Celestia. But here in Fontaine, evidence is what matters. There hasn't been concrete evidence for any of these claims, so they can only be regarded as conjecture.
If even the people in Fontaine don't know what sin they committed, wouldn't it be better just to ignore the prophecy completely? Why bother feeling guilty all the time?
I don't know. I honestly don't know where to put my thought in this, actually.
That's exactly what the people did at first. But in the last few years, the water levels in Fontaine have actually started rising.
But now the water is engulfing our memories, and it won't be long before it engulfs us.
Many places have already been completely submerged, and now lie beneath the sea.
Many people carry on with their lives as before and shrug it off as a natural phenomenon. But my family and I think that the people of Fontaine shouldn't ignore the possibility, which would end up sentencing them to death. We hope that at least the people who reside near the waterfront can move away before it's too late. So, we've started distributing magic pockets to them.
Huh. So what does that do?
As a magical item, these magic pockets have astonishing capacity. I'm sure they will come in handy when people are moving their belongings.
Oh, Paimon gets it! It's like preparing for a rainy day! But this is more than a bit of rain.
Yeah. So it's just a bag to help them move their stuff, but if the prophecy is true, then there's no way to prevent the disaster?
Perhaps only absolute power could ever contend with such a catastrophe. But who knows? We're just tiny specks in the grand scheme of things. Now, if you'd like to help, then please give these magic pockets to anyone nearby. Be sure to convince them to take it, regardless of what they say.
Okay, I think I can do that. Someone over here. And these robots are cool. I noticed one of them on the way in, and I had to take a up close look at them, and I like them. They're cool. Did they actually look at you? Kinda do.
What's this? So you also believe in the prophecy. Keep it. I won't have any use for it.
What? You mean you don't believe in the prophecy?
No, I believe in the prophecy. But I also believe in another story. The story says that people once lived in the ocean. They were one with the ocean and couldn't live apart from it. But as time wore on, people desired to live on land and developed blood vessels, encapsulating the sea within their bodies. Thus could people set foot on land. So, if you ask me, when water rises and takes us all, it'll be like we're going home.
I think it would still mean you die.
Oh, we hadn't heard that one before. But people can't live underwater. They'll die. You should probably still take it.
All right, I'll take it. I guess I just feel that being dissolved into the water doesn't necessarily mean death.
Maybe he's right, maybe it doesn't, but I wouldn't want to be taking that risk.
So you're the blonde traveler that everyone's been talking about. My apologies for not recognizing you earlier.
No problem.
Oh, a magic pocket? Seems you really thought of everything. I guess it's better to prepare for the worst and hope for the best.
Exactly.
Thanks. Please, also thank the magician on my behalf when you get the chance.
One more, and then we can go and actually explore Fontaine. Finally. Who are you?
Huh? I don't want that thing. Way I see it, if the prophecy's true, it's still gonna be a long time before the water can cover everything. Life is all about living in the moment. What use is there in worrying about the future all the time? We'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
But you don't want to get caught off guard and not have it.
You should still take it. You never know when it'll come in handy.
Oh, all right, fine. Thanks. It's just that if I start moving, that means I've already given up on the life I have now. I'd really rather not.
You just gotta do what's best. Lyney, where are you? Oh, over here.
Oh? You already handed out all of the magic pockets? That was fast. So, what did people have to say? I bet you heard some, interesting opinions.
No kidding.
Yes, but that will change once disaster strikes. I know they'll change their minds, so it's only right to help them prepare.
Is there anything else you need to do before we leave?
Yes, one last thing. I have the magic pockets made by a workshop in the court of Fontaine. Since we're out and about, I was thinking about bringing him some more materials.
So, you want to collect materials? Just tell us what the materials look like and we'll help. Many hands make light work.
Oh, that would be much appreciated. We'll need some romaritime flowers. I remember seeing them near the waterfront on the east side of the harbor.
Do we finally get to go swimming? I've been wanting to do this for so long. Please tell me that we get to go swimming. Please. Or if they just post flowers on the side. Dang it.
It seems we have to use Hydro to collect romaritime flowers.
Thank you for telling me, Paimon. I would not have known by myself. Maritime flowers, quite pretty, and Marcote. Interesting. Well, I guess I can remember that they're over here if I ever need some for a character. Probably will. Probably gonna want to start collecting a butt ton of these and while I'm exploring. In case I decide to start building a character from here. Which I will with who's gonna be in the next patch. Don't know if they'll need these items, but better safe than sorry.
You made quick work of that. I can tell you're an experienced traveler. I've also finished collecting a few here.
Oh?
Maybe next time you'll feel like helping too, Lynette.
No way. I'm in power-saving mode today. Otherwise, I fear I may not have any energy left for the performance at the Opera House.
Power saving mode? What are you, a robot?
Fine. Though the performance is still a long way off. Now that we're finished here, we should get ready to head back to the court of Fontaine.
So, we're going to the court of Fontaine before we head to the Opera House? Good. Paimon wants a tour of Fontaine's largest city and try...
Wait, shh. Have you noticed that person over there? The young girl.
No. Haven't seen her yet.
Huh? What's wrong with her? Paimon didn't notice anything.
She's obviously a thief.
What?
Magicians and thieves practice similar methods. We divert attention, and a distracted audience is one that won't discover what you're really doing. Watch her movements carefully.
Oh yeah, she looks like a pickpocket, alright.
Right.
Shh, keep your voice down. We need to think of a way to catch her, but it seems she's very alert. Perhaps we should split up. You two can ride the lift over there and wait up top. I bet that'll be her escape route if she tries to run.
Understood. Leave it to me.
All right, let's go.
And I can finally get the map, the first map of Fontaine, by going up this lift. Ding ding, up we go. Now we get to actually see more Fontaine. Please be pretty. Oh, of course it'll be pretty. What am I saying? Wow, this is a long way up. I had to be prepared for a fight. We might have to deal with one. Good lord, this is a tall area. Guess I'm glad that they put this waypoint up at the top rather than at the bottom, because this is taking a while. Let's grab this first. I want to have the map. Huh, not a very big chunk of the map, but that's okay. We'll get the rest of it eventually. Did light just start flooding from that statue of 7 just now? That's so weird. Did anything like this ever happen before? It's a normal statue of rush of water. It certainly is the nature of the Hydro Archon. Even the statue of the 7 are water fountains. Yeah, right. That light wasn't normal at all. You didn't feel uncomfortable at all? Huh? Water? The water is speaking to me. Like, Paimon's gonna believe you. If you can crack jokes like that, you must be fine. Though after all it lit up like that, the air does feel a lot more humid. Maybe it's because of all that hydro energy that was released. Paimon heard that in Fontaine, if you can use elemental energy properly, you can swim underwater. Maybe you can even find sunken treasure. Paimon will leave diving for treasure for you. Paimon will stand on the shore and wait for you. It'll be lonely going underwater. But being in the water is scary. What if Paimon accidentally gets swept up in the current, gets turned around all dizzy, and then she won't be able to fly no matter what? Just like before Paimon met you back in Mondstadt. Well, then I'll fish you out again. Really? Then maybe Paimon can try going underwater with you. You better not go back on your word. So I guess that gave us the power to swim. A mysterious power that flows out from the statue to imbue you with the blessing of the transoceanic source water. Your progress will remain unhindered so long as you're moving through the lakes of Fontaine. Under the protection of the transoceanic source water, or what you expend while moving underwater, is not stamina but aquatic stamina. As such, when your aquatic stamina is expended, you will not drown. Oh. Well, that's good. I wouldn't want to have to deal with a breath meter. This isn't a survival game, after all.
This is the spot where Lyney wanted us to wait.
Oh, there she is.
Oh, look! Isn't that her?
Don't point her out. But you know what? Get ready to stop her.
Oh no! Did she notice us? She started running the other direction! What should we do? Should we chase her?
I guess. Our job is to block the path. The rest is up to Lyney.
You're right. She might also be trying to lure us away. Nothing's happening. for a while now. Paimon wonders if Lyney caught the thief.
Seems there's no reason for us to stay here. Let's go find Lyney.
Yeah, let's go.
Lyney. Sorry, I keep on the spelling. So we need to go back down, I guess? Okay. I'm not gonna go back down the elevator. That takes too long. We're gliding down. Oh, never mind.
Are you sure that's all she took? You should check to make sure you're not missing anything else.
No, that was all. Oh, I can't thank you enough. I didn't notice a thing earlier. Anyway, I should be going now. Thanks again.
Oh, were you returning what the thief had stolen?
That's right. Pity I wasn't able to catch her. She distracted me by dropping the thing she stole on the ground. By the time I looked back, she was already gone.
I saw the general direction she went, but Lyney twisted his ankle, and I needed to make sure he was okay.
Oh, did you get hurt, Lyney?
I'll be all right. It's just a twisted ankle, that's all. In fact, it's feeling better already.
If you want to play at being a hero, at least try not to get hurt doing it. Imagine what would happen if you managed to derail our performance as a result.
Wonder if that will happen.
You're right, you're right. Sorry, Lynette. I have to admit that the thief was even more skilled than I had anticipated. But at least we were able to get the stolen items back, so it wasn't a complete failure.
What a slippery little thief. Guess things turned out all right in the end, though. Lyney's initiative paid off.
All right, let's put this little detour behind us. We should go to the court of Fontaine now.
All right. I want to look at this statue. So, hold on.
Quake!
So I think it looks like Focalor and not the previous Archon. It should be, since, you know, Nahida was the one on the other statues of the Seven. But the sword... Does that mean she's gonna be a sword wielder? That would be interesting to find out. What you looking at, Paimon?
So, we ride this thing to go into the city? What an ingenious way to get around. People in Fontaine really know how to use water.
Kind of reminds me of a ride at Disney. I can't remember what it's called, but it's like a water boat like that.
This is an aquabus. It allows people to travel between several key locations around Fontaine. It's pretty convenient, but the ride can become a little dull after a while. The scenery is always the same. That's why it's better to travel with friends.
So you mean it's still boring even when I'm riding with you?
Oh, you might want to take that back, Lyney.
No, that's not what I meant. It's just that, well, you don't really talk that much. Besides, it doesn't really feel like a real trip when it's just the two of us. It's the same as being at home.
Whatever.
Guess that's what it's like to be an older brother.
It's about time for us to leave. Let's get on board.
Let's see some scenery. Charlotte?
Huh?
Charlotte!
What? Traveler! Paimon!
Charlotte!
Charlotte!
Oh, I never guessed I'd bump into you while riding the aquabus. In the story of my life, this is big news. What are you doing in Fontaine? I didn't hear anything about you paying us a visit.
Yeah, it's quite the coincidence. But as travelers, we're always on the move. It's not surprising that nobody knew we were coming. Though we still have no idea how the Hydro Archon knew about us. Oh, let Paimon introduce you to our new friends. Oh, no need for introductions, Paimon. I would recognize the great magician Lyney and his assistant Lynette anywhere. I wouldn't be much of a reporter if I didn't know who they were. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Charlotte, a reporter for the Steambird.
Nice to meet you. From the Steambird, huh? We've often relied on your paper to promote our performances.
It's an honor to meet you.
Now that everyone knows each other, Fontaine suddenly doesn't feel like such an unfamiliar place.
Yeah, feels quite homey actually already, just by knowing at least one person here.
So, what have you been up to lately, Charlotte? Any big news? Not too much. When there isn't any breaking news, I mainly cover the trials at the Opera House. You can still manage to keep readers' attention as long as you tell things from a clever enough angle, even if it's the same old topics. For example, reporting on how a scammer once deceived vulnerable girls into relationships, or how a financial criminal was once so poor that they ate a single piece of bread for 5 days.
That would definitely get my attention.
You're right. Seems you know me pretty well. What I'm really after is exclusive, sensational news pieces that could shake the country. These smaller stories are a waste of my talents. Oh, I just remembered. I've been following a case lately. Well, a series of cases, actually.
You mean the serial disappearances of young women case?
Do what?
That's right. These stories are the talk of the town right now, and it's probably the most mysterious case we've ever seen. If I'm the first with a draft ready to publish when the case is finally cracked, and it's the headline story in the Steambird, oh, when that happens, I bet all the other reporters will shed tears of envy. I've already gathered all kinds of materials. I just can't wait for the truth to be revealed.
Maybe we'll have to figure it out.
So, what is the serial disappearances of young women case? You mean the culprit hasn't been found? That's right. The first missing girl case happened almost 20 years ago. And ever since, after a period of time, another girl disappears. What the cases have in common is that the girls are all of a similar age, and that they've all vanished without a trace. But the scariest part is that to this day, none of the girls have ever been found.
Yeesh. That's kind of freaky.
Many suspects have been arrested over the years in connection with this case, but shortly after each arrest, another disappearance would always happen.
Then there must be more than one criminal at work.
Yes, it's possible. But either way, I believe that every case has some precise truth behind it, waiting to be exposed.
Yes, I agree. And at the very least, the family of those missing girls deserves some sort of explanation. I just imagined for a second what I would do if Lynette were to suddenly disappear. I'd pay any price to get her back, and then find a way to track down the culprit.
Aww.
Please don't imagine that, Lyney.
Can't wait to see the city of Fontaine.
Hey, we're almost there! Look!
So pretty. Look at all the fish. I love the ocean. It's so pretty. Whoa. This is so cool.
Well, I really enjoyed chatting with you. Life should be full of pleasant little surprises like this.
Exactly.
Yeah, us as well. The ride went by too quickly. I have an interview to get to. I should get going before I'm late.
Oh, this music is so good.
Okay, Hyman hopes we can chat again soon, Charlotte. See ya! Bye now. Oh, be sure to stop by and see me at the Steambird when you have time. What a tough job. Always running around and interviewing everyone. Well, where should we go now?
If you don't mind, how about we stop by my home first? Besides, I still have all the materials we collected.
True.
Sure, we wouldn't mind at all. This city is so huge, Paimon wouldn't know where to start anyway.
Yeah, we just got here, so no clue what way anything is. That's pretty. Oh, I love this place. I'm gonna like it here in Fontaine. Should I maybe grab that first? Yeah, let's go that way. Because I want the map so that I can see where I'm going a little better, maybe. Maybe go back. Whoa! Okay. There's that, apparently. I have no clue where I'm going, but let's just hope we can find our way. Okay, so it's up. Okay, how do I get up? I guess we can grab this real quick. Oh gosh, I'm gonna get lost so easily around here. Where in the world? Oh, in robots! Oh my gosh, I love this place. I love this place so much. I can't tell you how much I'm gonna love Fontaine. You know what, let's just start climbing. Rather than trying to find the stairs. Do what we did back in Mondstadt. Climb everything. Back like the old days. Can't find your way around? Just climb. Can't find the stairs? Just climb. Well, I guess we found the Steambird, because that obviously looks like a steampunk bird. Come on, Jean. Oh, come on. That way. Let's stop here for a second. Can I climb up there? Possibly. Yes, I think we can. Okay, wait a second, and we can grab that map. Oh, hello, Zhao. I didn't see you in the chat. Good to see you here. It's been a while since you've joined a stream, I think. Nice to see you. We're trying to get a map at the moment, because I want to know where I'm going in this gigantic city. It's so big, I can't figure out where I'm going. But I couldn't find a set of stairs, so we're just climbing at the moment. Okay. It should be that way. Okay, good. I don't know which way that way is, but I'll figure it out. I'll start from up here on top of the building if I can get up here. Okay, no. Oy vey. Okay, let's just start gliding. Oh, there it is. Okay, easy. Easy, easy, easy. I don't know how we were supposed to actually get up there legitimately, but we made it one way or another. Our map opened up. Bigger one, nice. Only got that chunk down there of the actual map to open up then. Nice. For real, I didn't know where I was going when I started. I kept on getting stuck in walls. I cannot blame you one bit. Well, looks like we're gonna have a lot of Hydro Oculus to collect if it takes 20 to get the first level. Good lord. Oh, I love the music. Goodness, I love this place. It's so pretty. I love, like, kind of, I guess, I don't know what to describe it as, like European architecture of whatever time period this is based off of, you know, just kind of like, I can't remember what time period it is, but I love this kind of architecture, and it's just like, and it's so colorful too, which also adds so much charm to it.
This is our current abode. Ah, Freminet, you're home. Where did everyone else go? I have some new friends that I would like to introduce.
Freminet, he's so adorable. His design has grown on me. I still wish we could have just gotten like more of a diver suit rather than the sailor costume, but it's still cute.
Oh, they all just went out a moment ago.
I see. Everyone is getting busier now that Father will be returning soon. I suppose that can't be helped.
Why in the heck is Father in quotations?
Allow me to introduce you to my little brother, Freminet. He is a phenomenal diver.
Hello.
Hi!
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. Oh, you sound very proud to have a diver as a brother, Lyney.
Yeah, Lyney sure seems to have a big family.
Lyney, could you come here for a moment?
What is it, Freminet? Do you have something to tell me?
It's alright, you can go ahead without me.
Okay, I see.
Is everything all right?
You don't have to tell us if you don't want to, but we just want to make sure we can't help out, you know, if something's wrong.
Oh, it's nothing. We were just discussing a little housework. Sorry for the interruption. Oh, before I forget, the Traveler and I collected more materials to make magic pockets. Were you able to get any, Freminet?
Yes, I went diving and gathered lots of materials. I was about to give them to you.
I love his little freckles, they're so cute. When he squishes his cheeks, they're so cute.
That's our Freminet, always quick with the underwater work. All right, I'll take these to the workshop.
It's raining. One guy. Run, I feel that. That's a mood.
Looks like rain.
Oh, you're right. But wasn't it clear and sunny just a moment ago? Fontaine's weather sure is weird.
Especially since it's never rained in any of the other main cities in Genshin Impact, so that, like, you could always have a sunny, nice, clear sky for these beautiful locations.
I'm afraid that's just how it is here. It often rains on days where there are trials being held in the Opera House, but don't worry, it'll clear up soon enough.
Okay, buddy?
What's wrong, Freminet?
There's a legend about the rain that I tend to believe. It's said that a dragon of water once resided in Fontaine. Though we don't know where the dragon went, every time it weeps, the skies will cloud up and pour out rain.
Huh.
When I was a child, my mother told me that if I wanted to go outside and play, I should yell toward the sky at the top of my lungs. Hydro Dragon! Hydro Dragon! Don't cry!
Could that Hydro Dragon be the elemental dragon of Fontaine?
If it's an elemental dragon, then having the power to make it rain wouldn't be very unusual.
True.
Let Paimon try something. Hydro Dragon, don't cry!
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna work, Paimon, sadly.
Doesn't seem to be of any use. It is just a legend after all.
You know, you might be a more popular magician if you understood the concept of romanticism. Or could at least play along.
Sorry. It might be because we've never met the Hydro Dragon. Perhaps it can't be comforted by the words of strangers.
Maybe. We could meet the dragon.
It rained for longer than I suspected. Oh, it's already getting late.
Was there something you needed to do, Lyney?
Yeah, some preparations for the show at the Opera House. I need to find a way to catch the last aqua bus of the day. On the day of the performance, just ride the aqua bus to the island of Aeneas. I'll have Lynette meet you at the fountain in front of the Opera House.
Sounds good. You go ahead, Lyney. Lyney. I can't speak. Sounds good. You go ahead, Lyney.
Oh, are you leaving now?
What is it, Freminet? I'm in a hurry. Oh, I get it. You feel nervous delivering the materials for the magic pockets, is that it? Perhaps we could trouble the Traveler to help us take these materials to the Beaumont workshop and deliver them to the owner there?
Yeah, we got to do something to kill the time while we're waiting for the performance, so why not?
I'm afraid that Freminet can be quite introverted, and the boss there tends to be pretty talkative. Freminet has always been a little afraid of her.
No trouble at all. Don't worry, we're on the case.
Sorry for the inconvenience. I'm quite useless when it comes to such tasks. I'll think of a way to make it up to you.
Oh, don't worry. Don't worry, baby child. You'll be fine. You'll be fine.
Oh, no need. This will be a walk in the park for us.
He's so adorable and precious. And I want to hug him. He's grown on me so much. At first, I was just kind of like, about his design, but now I just love him, and just his personality sells it even more so now that he's in front of me and actually talking, and I want to squish him. He's so cute.
Thanks again, you two. I really can't deal with that lady.
I know this is since we're gonna have to walk a little bit to get to the Beaumont workshop, I'll talk about something that I just thought about. So it had in the subtitles, in quotations, that Beaumont was not Beaumont, sorry, I was getting brain absolutely cross-wired. That whenever it had in quotations, whenever it mentioned the father, that father was gone or had business or whatever. I can't remember specifically what it was, but something about that it was in quotations. And that made me think, like, so is this guy you're referring to as father isn't actually your dad? So I don't think there's anything about adoption in their stories, but I remember hearing theories about that they're part of the House of Harf, those three are part of, like, Arlecchino's, like, orphanage, the House of Harf. And so that makes me wonder if they're referring to the father. I wonder if, like, in quotations, if that means they're referring to another Fatui Harbinger. Like, maybe they consider not just Arlecchino, but all the other Harbingers as family. I don't know, just a thought.
Hello? Is there anyone here?
Oh, hello there. New customers? Looking to buy, or do you need something made? Or perhaps you're just looking for a chat with me.
We got some materials for something.
Oh no, we're just here to deliver some materials. Here they are. They're for making, what were they called again?
Magic pockets?
Ah, these must be for magic pockets. I could tell right away. I've already made several orders worth now.
Do we need to pay?
No need. They've already prepaid several batches worth. When they told me what they'd be using them for, I even offered them a discount. But they insisted on paying the full amount, saying that I had a business to run. It seems both their hearts and their pockets are made of gold.
Whoa. So, is Lyney actually loaded?
I can't say for sure, but who knows? Maybe there's good money to be made being a magician in Fontaine.
Hey! machine what you use to make stuff here? It looks really advanced.
Yeah, some sort of advanced blacksmithing machine.
Why use your hands when a machine can do the work? It would be a waste not to use the latest technology. And wasting is a kind of crime.
There are actually tools like that people use in, like, modern blacksmithing, because I watched Forge and Fire, and there actually is something like that that just works a bit faster, so that's actually kind of interesting.
But where does a big machine like that get its power from?
Well, it's a little complicated. I'm not sure I can put it in layman's terms for you. But basically, everything we usually use here in the city is powered by indemnitium. It's a type of energy that's produced from trials.
What?
Huh? How can trials produce energy?
Well, I'm not completely sure of all the details myself, but basically, when a trial is in session, the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale harvests people's belief in justice and converts it into energy to be used all around Fontaine.
So that's what its other function is? Paimon heard that the Oratrice was created by the Archon to make judgments. But Paimon still doesn't get it. How could something unreliable like people's beliefs be turned into a stable power source for these machines?
Well, Venti and Nahida both said the gods rely on belief to obtain power.
Oh, yeah! So that means the Hydro Archon relies on the machine to take the energy created by belief and turn it into power for all of Fontaine, right?
Even though I've never heard anyone really put it that way before, it sounds like it makes sense. Besides indemnitium, we have another type of energy called pneumosia. It isn't produced by the power of the Archon, but it is unstable by nature. Even now, it still cannot be widely used by civilians.
I thought I'd find you hard at work, but here you are chatting the day away. Since you're already talking, I'm sure you wouldn't mind a few words with me.
This does not sound good.
You again? Didn't I already promise you that I'd have the more I owe to Confrérie of Cabriere by next month? Why are you hounding me now?
Yeah, but how do we know that you won't go running off by the end of this month? I want 50% today. Wait, no, 70%.
Good lord.
Huh? You...
Seems business isn't so great for the workshop. We've already finished our job and delivered the materials. Maybe now's a good time to leave?
Sounds like a usual case of someone owing somebody else money. But honestly, at the same time, sounds like some sort of mafia thing.
Hey, hold on. Before you go around trying to collect payments, why don't you settle your own debts first?
The heck? Where'd you come from? Tartaglia, where the heck you come from?
If Confrérie of Cabriere wants to poach clients from Northland Bank, that's fine. But I'm afraid you still owe the bank a hefty sum of mora. So why don't we work things out between us first, before you get back to your little conversation here?
You're from Northland Bank. But we said we'll pay everything we owe next month. Why are you hounding me now?
Why are you hounding her now?
Traveler, Paimon! I didn't think I'd run into you here in Fontaine. What are the chances?
One guy just like, him walking straight through him and he's just like, hey, get away from me.
We're surprised to see you too. What are you doing here in Fontaine? You didn't want to stay in Snezhnaya?
We sure seem to have run into a lot of friends today.
Long story short, I've already been in Fontaine for some time now. And honestly, things have been pretty boring.
I feel like it'd be ironic with the fact that one of his nicknames, you know, with the Fatui's child, but maybe he's who they were referring to as quote-unquote father, maybe? I don't know.
But it seems that fate brought our paths together today. Not only will I have some good friends here now, but ones who always seem to find trouble.
Yes, we do find a lot of trouble, and that would only, of course, work, that idea of mine, if the whole thing of that they are House of Harf, from the House of Harf, or Herf, whatever, however you pronounce it, is true, but I'm still banking on that, because I'm waiting for some sort of thing about just like one of those kids ain't like the other for sure, or with the fact that Lynette has cat ears as well as that she like has stuff about her being a robot possibly, as well as old Freminet possibly.
Either way you look at it, it seems things are going to get a lot more interesting now.
Soon you'll find out. Okay, you don't need to spoil me. I guess if I'll find out soon, then I'll learn.
Pretty sure we'd want to avoid anything that you'd find interesting. Besides, our trip here has gone pretty well so far, right, Traveler?
I think we've already weathered enough storms for now.
Hey, you, Northland Bank boy. Aren't you forgetting something?
Don't interrupt. It's not often I run into the Traveler like this. Why don't you wait for me over there for a while?
You kidding? Aren't you the one looking for us? You really expect us to sit and twiddle our thumbs while you catch up with your friends?
I wouldn't mess with a harbinger, good sir.
Listen to me, boy. If you want your Mora, fine. Why don't you come and take it?
Paimon like coming out, popping her head out from behind Child, shaking her head and then giving the smug look.
Hey, I just said not to interrupt. Oh, by the way, Traveler, the last time I took Tonya and Tusser ice fishing, Tusser said,
"Hey, that's way over the line. All right, boys, let's see who has to pay up now."
Can you at least let me finish one sentence? Fine. Though the bank told me not to get rough with our clients, you're the ones who started it. This is an act of self-defense. You two will have to be my witnesses, okay?
Sure, go ahead. All yours.
I'm sure this won't take long.
Oh, we get to fight as him. Cool. I think they're trying to work in, like, character trials into the main missions.
Brace yourself. This is gonna hurt.
I think it's smart.
What's your deal, Brad? How are you so strong if you're just a staffer from Snezhnaya's Northland Bank? Wait, don't tell me you're...
Oh, he didn't know he's a harbinger.
Oh, now you notice. It's a little late, don't you think? Just make sure you understand that you don't mess with Northland Bank. Got it? Huh?
What?
Now's my chance!
Ooh, nice takedown.
Huh. That was weird.
So, what just happened there? It seemed like your vision stopped working.
I'm not sure. It's as if I suddenly lost control of my hydropowers when I needed them. Maybe there's something wrong with my vision?
Some of those guys running away with their hands over their head like that is so funny. I love that new like animation that they've added in. It's perfect.
Strange. How could that happen? First time Paimon's ever heard of someone losing control of their vision.
Never mind. It doesn't matter. If I want to stay sharp, I shouldn't be relying too much on my vision anyway. Besides, I always have my delusion in case I need it.
Better not use your delusion too often.
So what are you doing in Fontaine, Child? I don't see its work for Northland Bank.
Well, I guess it's because I've been in a bad mood lately.
Huh? What kind of reason is that? Wait, since when do you feel down about anything?
Exactly.
I don't know. Maybe I still have a lot to learn about myself. But recently, there seems to be some sort of restless power stirring inside of me. And I don't know why, but every now and then I feel like I'm in a terrible mood.
Maybe some of that, like, abyssal power, the delusion is catching up with you.
Maybe you losing control of your vision just now is connected with that power you're feeling inside.
That is a possibility.
Yeah, they look so stupid running away. Exactly, and that's what makes it so funny. But so about his power, do you have any idea where it came from?
I can't remember if I ever mentioned it before, but when I was 14, I fell into some unknown abyss.
You haven't mentioned it, but I'm aware of it.
It was during that time I learned nearly all of my abilities. The one who took me under her wing and taught me was named Skirk. She was always quiet and very mysterious. Nobody knew where she came from or what she had been through, and she was always very strict when teaching me combat techniques. One time, I asked her why she was willing to take me on as an apprentice. From what I could make of her answer, it was because I had awakened it, and traces of it remained on me. She said that all my combat training would be useful in the future.
Do what? Is Child having some sort of actual gonna have some sort of really big plot relevance? Like, really big? I mean really big? Because something being referred to just as it being harbored in, like, traces of it remaining inside whatever him, just like, that sounds suspicious.
But what is it? What did you awaken?
She never explained that, but my guess is that it's related to a dream I saw when I had just fallen into that abyss. In my dream, I was in the deepest depths of the sea, and the boundless seabed was all around me. But in front of me appeared a whale that was so massive, I felt like I couldn't breathe.
Huh. Hydro dragon, maybe? I know it's a whale, but maybe dragon related?
A whale? Oh, that sounds familiar! When we fought against you before, you summoned a huge whale that seemed to leap at us. Is that the one?
Speaking of which, why aren't we even remotely just like, suspicious of this man? I know we've talked to him in events and whatever, and kind of put this somewhat besides us, since it was just kind of a business thing, but at the same time, he tried to kill us last time that we saw him, like, in the main story, at least. He just had to blow us, like massive amounts.
That's just an abstract form of a whale that I create using my elemental powers. It takes that shape because the scene I dreamt of the whale has always been stuck in my mind. I'll never forget it.
So you used the whale as inspiration for one of your moves? Huh. Seems a little twisted to Paimon.
Well, honestly, no. There's plenty of I don't think it seems like one of the weirdest things we've heard that people use their visions for. But it's honestly very possible that the power inside of you is connected to your incident in the abyss.
So why don't you just go ask your master? Maybe she knows the answer.
Let me guess, she disappeared?
You make it sound so easy. Ever since the incident I experienced there, I've never stopped searching for Master Skirk and that unknown abyss. But it's been years now, and I've still found nothing. There isn't even a trace of the place where I remember falling into the abyss.
Oh, it sounds like some kind of ghost story.
Yeah, I'm out of leads at this point, but there's nothing more I can do. It seems that strange encounters in this world tend to be elusive like that. Oh, seems the time really flies when I'm talking with you. I just remembered I have somewhere else I need to be, so I should get going.
Okay, he just shows up and drops some lore bomb on us. Some lore mystery, more like, actually. And he's gonna dip. Okay.
What? More work for the Northland Bank?
No, it's more of a personal appointment. Lately, I've been sparring with some of Fontaine's official champion duelists whenever I'm feeling bored.
Would that include that, Clorinde? Yeah, that girl.
Official champion duelists? You mean it's their job to duel?
Yep. In Fontaine, before a criminal goes to court, they're given one chance to defend their honor by requesting a duel with an official champion duelist. The champion duelists are all powerful fighters selected from among the nation's best. And the duel itself is a no-holds-barred fight with no specified stopping point. So engaging in such a duel is regarded as a symbol of defending your honor. If a criminal manages to win the duel, they'll be acquitted. But if they lose, they'll have no choice but to stand trial. And the worst case scenario is that you're simply killed in the duel.
I was wondering.
Though it's rumored that Fontaine has a death penalty, from what I can tell, no one has ever been officially sentenced to death.
I have a feeling we're gonna see that while we're here.
So really, the only people who opt to duel are those who have suffered a grave injustice in being accused, or those who greatly value their honor. Otherwise, why gamble with your life?
So, do many people actually get out of their trials by winning the duel?
Apparently, it's exceedingly rare for anyone to actually win. Fontaine probably enacted this system as a way to show that the nation respects the honor of its citizens. Besides, none of the champion duelists are to be trifled with, which is exactly why I was itching to face them as soon as I got to Fontaine. Apparently, the one I'm meeting today, Clorinde, is the strongest of the champion duelists. I had been asking her for some time before she finally agreed to face me today.
I want to see this.
Well, that's child for ya. Paimon feels like we heard that name somewhere before.
When we were meeting the Hydro Archon Paimon, remember? She was the one who was like, you dare say such disrespectful things, nyeh, nyeh, nyeh.
Oh, before I forget, I want you to have this.
What?
Huh? Your vision? You're seriously just giving it away?
The heck?
I'm just worried that it could become uncontrollable again. I'd be pretty upset if it got in the way of my duel, so I think I'll be better off without it for now.
What? 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 Has anyone ever done that before? And I'm just forgetting. I've not played all the character quests. Has someone ever actually taken off their vision before? That is literally insane. You should at least keep it on your person. Like, I guess, then if... I guess I can understand that maybe, like, you'd try to use its power and nothing would happen and it would leave you open, but at the same time, still take it with you.
Besides, I just need you to hold on to it for a short while. I'll come retrieve it when I have some time later.
Paimon knows what you're up to. You just want an excuse to come talk to us again, don't you?
Maybe.
Whatever gave you that idea? I'll be in touch later.
That sneaky guy. He said he's been feeling down lately, but he seemed the same as ever to Paimon.
We've never had anyone give their vision to us. I didn't expect it to give to us, but, has anyone ever just unclip that thing and just set it on a desk or something? Like it's just a trinket or something? Like he just did? Or basically... Because I have not played a lot of the story quest, the character quests, so maybe it has happened before, but that is just something crazy that I would never expect, even if it's technically not working properly at the moment. If I had a vision, I would literally sleep with the dang thing, because I'd be so worried about losing it, possibly.
Well, since we don't have much to do for now, we might as well walk around and see the city before Lyney's performance. Wow! Who could have seen that coming? The reporter who was barely around for most of the story was the murderer all along!
Hey, Paimon, don't blurt it out. Oh, don't spoil the mystery for everyone else.
Sorry. Paimon was just surprised, that's all. Paimon never saw that twist coming. The murder mystery novels here are amazing.
I can't blame you. I like a good mystery novel. Oh, but, also never thought I'd see the day when Paimon would enjoy reading.
The whodunits here in Fontaine are a lot different than the light novels you see from Yai Publishing House. Both have their merits, but Paimon thinks this style of novels are more, well, novel. It's so exciting to reach the moment when the mystery is uncovered, especially in the one Paimon was just reading. You should buy a copy and read it too.
I don't know if I can really do that because you already spoiled it for me.
Oh, sorry about that. Paimon will be more careful next time. Hey, shouldn't we be heading to the Opera House to see Lyney's performance soon? It's almost time for the show to start, so we should get going. Lyney said that the Opera House is on Araneas, so let's go ride the Aquabus.
Alright. And, ooh, music disc. Need those for an achievement. Wait, can I actually buy things here? I can. You know what, while I'm here, get these for an achievement, because I know that these books sometimes, if you get a whole set, you get an achievement for it. So might as well. Okay, so why would I ride the Aquabus? Or wait, is that to the Aquabus? Ride the Navia line to head. Okay, gotcha. I thought it was just to get to the place. So I was like, that's such a short distance. Why do we need to get on the Aquabus? But now I actually see why that might be a good idea. You actually have to call an elevator around here because of how big it is. Good lord. You know, I think it would be smart if, like, you're calling a lift just to teleport it so that it takes less time. Navia line. Not Navia, Navia, whatever. So, well, let's just wait for the Aquabus. Check your inventory, you actually have child's vision? What? What? Where? It's down here or something? Wait, are we gonna actually keep this thing? Because gold quest items, I don't think ever leave your inventory. I could be wrong about that, but gold quest items I don't think ever leave your inventory. So are we not gonna give this back to him? That would be cray, but okay. It appears as if child lost control of the elemental power within it before. The vision has lost its glow now, but its owner has left it behind. Very interesting. Well, I've already waited for the Aquabus. Can I get on? Soggy. Note to self, mind the gap of water. Haha, joke. Okay. How do you do? When does the... Immediately? Okay. Well, at least we're heading in the right direction. Let's sit down and have a look around this place.
Welcome to the Navia line. I am Elfan.
Hello. Hello,
The boat
Elfan.
will be departing imminently. Please do not stick your head, hands, or other body parts outside the boat. The Aquabus operator is not responsible for any accidents or injuries resulting from doing so.
They're so cute. I
Also,
love these little
Please
guys.
remember to
Or
buy
gals.
the Steambird, though I don't read it myself.
This is... I love the
destination of the current tour is
Melozines.
Araneas. Points of interest worth visiting include the Fountain of Lucine and the Opera Epiclese.
Okay.
If you look to the left in the direction we are currently traveling, you will see the famous Fontaine Research Institute up in the sky.
Oh, is that what that is?
Experiment gone wrong turned new sightseeing opportunity. And ingenuity truly is a wondrous thing.
I thought it looked like something went wrong. Yeesh. Because that looks like an abyss thing. Like it's glitching in the Matrix. But I still can't believe Child actually gave his vision to us and that we have it in our
We're now
inventory.
approaching our final destination, Please be sure to bring all your personal belongings with you as you disembark.
Thank you,
Even though I will
Elphane.
take any forgotten items to the lost and found, the paperwork is rather annoying, as Melusine hands are not suitable for grasping pens.
Aw.
Please be careful when disembarking. It has been my honor to be your tour guide this trip. Thank you.
Thank you, Elphane. I like these little munchkins. They're so cute. Welcome to Fontaine. I might just have to take a ride on one of these if I'm ever just stressed out because of how just like chill these little rides are. So nice. So where do we go now? Thank goodness I got the map, otherwise I'd be even more clueless than I already am. I guess just run from here and go down here, and oh, there's that little boss. I might actually take a detour to there because I so want to see them ice skating like in the trailer. They look so cool. Even if I don't fight it, I just want to maybe like take a look at it. Huh, merlions. Or are they not mermaids? Yeah, they're mermaids. They're merlions. I can't remember what the actual mythical thing is. And wait, there's an oculi? Oh, there it is. I was wondering where. Saw it on the map and I was just like, not passing that up. Doggo! Oh, is that a new dog model? Oh, you're so cute, I want to pet you. Why isn't there a pet button? I need to pet. I need to pet the cute little fluffers. They're so cute, or current. I just, Doggo. I love Doggo. So cute. I can't wait to explore this whole place just to get, you know, just to look around this place more. It's so wonderful. And you are a very dapper doggo. Very dapper indeed. Cute. Nice. I am gonna go around that thing so that I can actually maybe see this boss, because I don't want to wait any longer to see it. This is one of the things that were in the trailer that I really want to see. It's down here, right? Yep, it is. Let's see. This is extremely... Oh my gosh. That is so cool. I wonder who came up with that concept. It's incredible, like seriously. Yeah, I agree. Need to add a pet button for the doggos, but who came up with this idea? Did you? Researcher. Coppelius and Coppelia are clockwork mecha dedicated to the art of dance. Wait, isn't that the name of, like, a ballet? Like, characters in a specific ballet called Coppelia? I think so. I could be wrong, but it sounds very similar, at least. After I took over the project, Cable Fighters. Dirge of Coppelia, Nemesis of Coppelius. Next up are fantastical performances that are to be delivered by Clockwork Mecha, Coppelia and Coppelius. Before you begin the challenge, you must speak with Maillard, how you pronounce it. Just select the challenger. Dirge of Coppelia, a play with Luisa. And, okay, so the rewards change depending on if you talk to him. I might have to run, but you know what? Heck with it. I want to see this. As someone who loves ice skating and ballet, this this needs to happen. Oh my gosh, it's so pretty. What's funny, if I remember correctly, the Ballet of Coppelia, I think it's literally about a girl who's a robot. Like, or a puppet. Like a puppet that can, like, mimic, like, humans.
Gather!
Nice and spicy. By royal
Solidify!
You're toast!
Kamisato Arc. Suiyu!
The
Cascade.
female ones tends to stay in the center, so I can just pop this here and we'll be good.
This is order. Gather!
There we go. You know what, I'll grab it just in case I need it for a character. Already get started. And we get the blue one. Don't know who uses that, but, well, I got it if I do need it. And we got books from doing that? Or was it from talking with him? Or was from earlier and it's just randomly opening that up now? I guess that's from doing that. Interesting. Maybe I'll have to do the other one to get some more lore. But just, I find that very interesting if I am remembering the name of the play and which one, like, not play, the ballet, hey, and which one it is correctly, because it is about a girl who's a robot, basically.
Whoa! Now this is fancy! The Opera of Eclairs. What a place to hold a performance! No wonder Lyney and Lynette were looking forward to it.
Very pretty.
Huh. Looks like there's a lot of people standing around the fountain up ahead.
Oh, Archon, please bless us with a bright and healthy child. We pray.
I don't know why you always feel the need to ask so much. I'll be happy as long as our child is healthy and lives a peaceful life.
I guess if they're our kid, then there's no doubt they'll turn out smart.
Maybe this is one of the customs in Fontaine. There sure are a lot of couples here.
I don't know.
Vache.
What? Huh? What's talking to us?
What's wrong?
Vache. Vache.
I feel like I need to whip out Google Translate. V-A-C-H-E-R. Google Translate. Oh, it's doing French already. It's like it was reading my mind. V-A-C-H-E-R. V-A-C-H-E-R. Cowherd? Can we do detect language real quick? Yeah, it's not coward, but cowherd as one word. That's odd. That's what it translates to from French. But maybe it's just like messed up a little bit and it's just coward like we know it. I don't know. But anyway, did you just say something, Paimon?
No, Paimon didn't say anything. Are you hearing things?
Whose voice was that just now?
Welcome to the Fountain of Lucine. All the water flowing through Fontaine converges here. It's customary for newlyweds to come here and wish for children.
Oh, that's an interesting thing.
Lynette, you scared Paimon. When did you get here?
She didn't scare me one bit.
Lyney asked me to wait here for you, remember?
Right.
By the way, Lynette, I seem to hear a faint voice just now.
What do you mean? There are a lot of people here right now.
It seemed as if the voice was coming from the fountain.
Hey, you're not trying to scare Paimon, are you?
No, not at...
Besides, it's the middle of the day. It's not the time for eerie things.
No, I wasn't joking. I really did hear something.
I see. I might be able to tell you something that could help explain the voice you heard. In fact, you might not be imagining things at all. I suspect that what you heard is a result of your hypersensitivity to the hydro element. Others in my family have had similar experiences.
It's because of her sensitivity to the hydro element? But what would hearing a voice have to do with elemental power?
When do you cry, Paimon?
What?
Wait, what? What does that have to do with anything?
Just answer me. When do you cry?
When Paimon's really sad? Oh, and when Paimon's super happy. Oh, and also when Paimon's really, really scared.
Then you should understand that tears contain your most intense emotions.
Okay, so tears are made up of somewhat water, so we're hearing the most intense emotions of people because we attuned with hydro now?
Like I just mentioned, the Fountain of Lucine is where all the flowing water in Fontaine converges. Even the tears that fall to the ground will eventually gather here. So maybe what you heard was the intense emotion coming from someone's tears.
Huh, that's an interesting explanation, though I'm not sure whether to buy it or not.
So, what did the voice say?
It seemed to be calling out someone's name.
Huh. If you were hearing their emotions, then Paimon wonders what happened to them.
Rather than worrying about them, we should worry about my brother first. Don't let that calm look of his fool you. He tends to get pretty nervous just before a performance. So chatting with Lyney might help him relax a little before he goes on stage.
Oh, right. That makes sense. Let's go in and see Lyney.
Nice, I want to see the inside of this place, so let's go, 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 go. More dapper dogs. And a Melusine! Oh, you're in the little, like, police uniform. You're so cute. Let's go.
Traveler in Paimon, good to see you. I knew you two would come.
Are you kidding? We wouldn't miss it for the world. We've been looking forward to it.
I can tell, judging by how early you've arrived. But you're actually right on time. The audience still hasn't started entering the venue yet, which means now is the perfect chance for us to take you to the best seats in the house. Wait just a moment, I'll fetch the tickets. The Opera House has assigned seating, so you always have to make reservations. I've already reserved your seats, and here are your tickets.
Oh, thank you, Lyney.
Ooh, front row seats. Thanks, Lyney.
I've always heard you don't actually always want front row seats, you want, like, second row seats, because, like, being front row is too close to the stage and you can't see it properly. Like, second or third row is where you actually is the best seats in the house.
Don't mention it. There's no need to keep thanking me.
Hey, Lyney! Could you come over here and take a look at this?
Oh, I'll be right there. Seems there's an issue with the stage props over there. That's Cal, my assistant, calling me. I'll go lend him a hand.
Go for it, or you got a show to put on.
Yeah, we'll just go to our seats. You go ahead, Lyney.
So, where do we go? Up or down? I'm betting down, but I'll try going up real quick. Oh, so cool. But no one's here yet. Maybe in the cutscene it'll fill out. In a cutscene it'll fill out. We got prime seats next to Mr. Handsome. Hello. And maybe we could say hello to the esteemed gentleman to our left. Should we say hi, maybe? Why are we the only two here?
Hey, Traveler. Maybe we should strike up a conversation with the person next to us. Since we're sitting together and the rest of the place is practically empty still. It's kinda awkward if we don't say anything.
Isn't that usually your job? I'm kinda nervous cause, someone's cute.
Of course you put this on Paimon.
Excuse me, I did not realize you felt awkward. I am terribly sorry.
Is it just me, or is his face even better looking than most of the other character models? Hello. Did they do something new with the character face model? Cause, I know he got different eyes, but, something's striking over here. Excuse me. I'm getting hot over here. You're gonna make me blush.
I would be perfectly happy to chat with you if that is what you would like.
Good lord, he's a gentleman. I like him already. I already like him before, but I like him even more now. Oh my gosh. Hello.
Oh, so you heard all of that, did ya? Boy, you sure have good ears. Paimon thought she was keeping her voice down. Wait, that's not it. Paimon's sorry. Paimon's the one who was being rude, talking under her breath like that. So, let's talk, but, what should we talk about?
How about introductions first? That would be probably a good place to start to make things a little less awkward.
Oh, Paimon's got it. You're also here early and sitting in the front. Are you a friend of Lyney's too?
A friend, you say? Well, if Mr. Lyney would like to be my friend, I would be more than happy to reciprocate.
I can't remember, where have I heard this voice actor before? I saw something on his IMDb and something's clicking in my head. Oh, right. He played the professor in Pokemon Journeys. That's where I remember him from. But he's done quite a few other roles, and I think he's played a character in, like, Smash. I can't remember who, but he's done a character in Smash as well. Oh, but that's who I probably recognize him from. But I love his design. He looks so good.
Oh, so you're not friends with Lyney then? Oh, this is getting more awkward by the second. Paimon nearly forgot to make her introduction. Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. We just arrived in Fontaine.
Hi, nice to meet you.
It is an honor to meet you two. I have heard of your deeds across Tevat. And as required by proper etiquette, I will also introduce myself. I am...
Oh, Monsieur Neuvillette. What an honor it is to have you here to see my show.
And welcome, even more awkwardness, because we got one of the highest higher-ups in Fontaine.
Ah, Mr. Lyney. I should say it is in fact an honor for me to see your performance in person.
Good lord, he is such a gentleman. I already love him. Okay, calm down, Brain.
Wait, Neuvillette? Could he be?
I'm gonna have some hard time pronouncing his name. Neuvillette. Everyone keeps on pronouncing it extremely French, and that's not helping me. But good lord.
I saw you all chatting just now, but it seems you still don't know who Monsieur Neuvillette is. Allow me to introduce you to Fontaine's Chief Justice. That seat is always reserved for him. It wouldn't be too much to say that he's the symbol of justice and honesty here in Fontaine.
Whoa! Sorry for being so rude just now. Paimon had no idea you were such an important person.
Just the drip, man. I agree, he's so handsome. I agree, Zhao.
No offense taken. Being Chief Justice is merely what I do for work. Nearly every person has their usual reserved seat, so I'm not so special, really. And by the way, I should probably let you know, even though I would prefer not to, there's someone sitting up there in the VIP seats that has been striking a pose for quite a while now.
she been watching us this whole time?
I believe she is trying to give you a most elegant and impressive first impression.
He's ratting her out. Oh my gosh, this is gonna be an interesting dynamic between these two, and I already love it.
So I think you should take notice of her sooner rather than later. Otherwise, she may become flustered.
I don't think she's gonna be the one flustered over here, because that's a me over here with you. Hi. My fictional character has never made me visit. Oh my gosh. Hi, your sassiness will definitely be enough to take me out of this stupidity of my brain being overloaded of heat from that man.
Huh? Oh, it's Furina, the Hydro Archon. Huh. She sure has a smug and satisfied look on her face. Guess she has no idea that you saw right through her act.
Very good. That is for the best. No need to pay her any more attention. We may now enjoy the show.
I like him. I like him. He's not stuck up, but he's still a gentleman. He's kind of like Zhongli. It fits together very nicely, and we all know anyone who's been around long enough knows I like Zhongli, so, you can like him as well.
Huh? So is this what things are like between the Chief Justice and the Hydro Archon?
Yeah, he doesn't take her wackiness. Furina is so sassy and silly. Exactly. We've only known her for, what, half an hour, and she's already this way. Yeah, she's gonna be fun.
Alright, please wait just a moment longer. I've pretty much finished my preparations, and the performance will start as soon as the audience has made their way to their seats.
Yay! The show's finally about to start! Paimon can hardly wait! Paimon's never seen a real live magic show before! Ooh! They're dimming the lights! The show must be starting!
Shh, Paimon! All these other people are here. It was okay when it was just the two of us and Neuvillette, but since the show hadn't started, but you need to be quiet. Show's starting. Hush!
Sorry. Paimon will try to stay quiet.
It's okay. We all have our first time in a place like where we need to be quiet.
Welcome, one and all, to the Opera Epiclese. I am the star of today's show, Lyney. And over here is my sister, Lynette, who will be working as my wonderful assistant. Please, let's give her a warm welcome.
Hello, everyone.
I know she may seem to be a little sleepy right now, but that's just a sign that she's nervous.
Whatever.
Now, some of you may be thinking, two vision holders who can freely manipulate elemental powers performing magic is not true magic at all. So, I would like to take a moment to assure you that elemental powers will have nothing to do with what you will witness on the stage today. Both Lynette and myself have removed our visions for the show. That way, even the gods won't be able to help us.
Okay, that's odd that we've had not one child, but also two others, Lyney and Lynette, remove their visions in this one quest. That is an extremely odd thing.
Oh, good point. That's what makes the show real magic.
Even if it's for just proving that they're doing real magic, that is an odd choice.
Now, without further ado, let the show begin. Lynette will now exit the stage to make some preparations. I know you might miss her, but don't worry. She'll be coming right back on stage momentarily. Perhaps in an unexpected way. I'm sure she'll be stealing the spotlight soon enough. Oh, and before I forget, there's one more thing I should say. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. A magician's greatest skill is making things disappear or appear. The possibilities are endless.
What?
Huh?
Oh, he's good.
But this isn't what you came for. These little tricks, you've seen them all before. So it's time for something truly extraordinary, don't you think? This one's a little tricky.
What? Oh gosh.
Using this water tank, I shall make my sister vanish completely, right before your very eyes.
This feels very Harry Houdini, escape artist. And I don't like it.
It's actually quite simple. She'll just turn into air bubbles and float right out of the top. Oh no! I told them to check all the props carefully. With the lid on, even air can't escape. An amateur magician would be getting very nervous right around now. Luckily, it's me on stage, so let me show you what a true virtuoso can do.
She's been holding her breath for way too long. What? Someone get her a towel.
Lynette, are you still there? Don't go too far. We don't want to use up all our magic.
Hi, I'm back.
Uh-huh.
How? Yeah, I have no clue how you could have done that. There's so many things that you could come up with for the other ones. That is crazy. As well as how did her clothes get in there but she wasn't? What? Seems visions are funky in Fontaine, possibly. I wish I could pull for him, but I'm saving for Clorinde and Scaricons. And you think you might end up broke this Fontaine patch. Well, Scaricons are technically over since Scar's patch is gone, so it'll probably at least be like half a year until he comes back around. So you got a while for the Scara patches or whatever. But Clorinde, I have no clue when she'd be coming in.
Wasn't Lynette inside the water tank? How did she disappear and then reappear out of nowhere?
Pretty good show. No wonder he's a famous magician.
If we could see easily through his tricks, then that would mean that his skills are still lacking.
Good point. Very good point indeed. But I still want to figure out how he did that.
To appreciate magic, you should focus on the show happening on stage, rather than getting caught up in trying to see that which has been intentionally hidden.
Guess you're right. Paimon couldn't believe her eyes when Lynette reappeared. Amazing!
Thank you everyone. I'm glad you enjoyed that performance. But our magical journey has only just begun. I've prepared even more astonishing surprises for everyone here.
What?
The magic of transformation and disappearance can go far beyond what you've just seen.
Okay, so there's more?
I'm sure many of you are thinking that escaping the water tank was impressive enough. But Lynette is still my assistant after all.
Are you gonna try and do it?
In which case, I have ample time to make all necessary preparations. So, for my next trick, I will require the participation of one lucky audience member. Please, if my assistants could bring out the magical boxes now. There are 2 boxes, and only 2 boxes. One is here, and one is there in the aisle among the audience. I'm sure many of our clever audience members have already guessed our next magic trick. A swap! Our lucky audience member and I will each enter a magic box. After 1 minute, we will each emerge from the opposite box.
Well, I can already tell you how that goes. Trapdoor underneath each of them that you can't see, and then once there's a tunnel underneath, if probably something that's already there.
Now please, everyone pay very close attention to the box you see here. Don't give me any chance to make a move.
Wow, how's he gonna do this? Hey, do you think this is all magic tricks, or does Lyney have actual superpowers?
First of all, calm down, Paimon. We still need to be quiet. And second of all, let's just watch and see.
The lucky audience member will be generated by this random number selector. It selects numbers entirely at random. Even I don't know who will be chosen to participate. Now then, let's begin. Let me see. Oh, row 7, seat 3. Congratulations! You now have the chance to experience magic firsthand for an entire minute. Please, come forward. My assistant will take you beside the magic box. I'm sorry, it might be a little cramped inside, but no need to feel nervous. We've carefully arranged everything for you to be as comfortable as possible.
Look at the balloons and stars inside. I don't think that would make anyone less uncomfortable inside there.
You don't need to do anything, but no matter what strange things may happen, don't come out of the box. If the magic is interrupted, who knows where you might end up? You might even find yourself in the Fortress of Meripede.
Oh, okay.
All right. Before I enter the magic box, there is one more thing I need to ask the audience to do. Could you all give me a countdown? Like this. 60, 59, 58. Just keep counting down. You can go a little faster or slower if you like. I won't be able to see anything in the pitch black box, so I'll be relying on your voices to know when time is up. Oh, and no tricks now. If you quickly count from 60 in just 30 seconds, then I'll be in a tough spot.
Yeah, it's because they're switching from, like, some sort of trapdoors and whatever.
Ooh, Paimon kinda wants to count faster after hearing him say that.
I'm sure Lyney is more prepared than he actually, you know. My brain. I'm sure Lyney's already prepared for such a possibility, as well as that I don't think you can do it if you want to, because the crowd's all doing it together.
No, that won't do. I can see it in your eyes. You still can't be trusted. Let's practice together. Come on, repeat after me. 60, 59, 58.
60, 59, 58!
That's right, perfect. Keep it going. All right, I'll see you all on the other side once you've finished counting.
54, 53, 52? Why aren't you counting, Neuvillette?
I am counting in my head. I think things are exciting enough in here as it is. Merely a consequence of my identity and personality. Do not worry about me. Just enjoy the show.
I love him. He's great.
Oh, all right. You look so serious that Paimon thought you might be feeling uncomfortable or something.
40, 39, 38! Mr. Lyney, are you all right in there? Is everything ready?
Yes, I'm fine. I'm just double-checking the direction of the magic. It would be a disaster if we get sent to the wrong places. For example, midair right above the audience.
Oh, that would be crazy.
Even though he's saying that, Lyney doesn't seem nervous at all.
I think it's probably part of the show. What?
What was that noise? Did you hear it too?
Maybe it was just to divert our attention.
Not sure. Anyway, it doesn't seem like anyone's worried about it.
25, 24, 23! What's wrong, Mr. Lyney? I can still hear you moving in there.
I seem to have accidentally knocked over a decoration. I'm trying to fix it, but it's pitch black in here. I can't tell left from right.
never mind the decorations. There's no time for that. The show is what's important.
No, that's unacceptable. I want my show to be perfect. Don't worry, we still have 20 seconds. Hear them counting?
19, 18, 17.
It seems things aren't quite going as planned. I apologize, everyone. It feels like you're all starting to count faster, but that's all right. I know it can be tiring to do such a long countdown. 10 seconds and change is still plenty of time.
10! Almost there now. Whew. Swapping two people is harder work than you might think. Even a master magician like me can't guarantee I'll get it right the first time. Hey, wait! Is this the back one? I can't tell. They both look the same inside. Huh? No, that's not it. I'll try again.
7!
Hey, slow down! Honestly!
5! 4! 3!
Whoops! That doesn't count!
0!
How in the world did he get there that fast? Oh my, please don't tell me they're dead. Please, oh my god. Oh, ho. The assistant died, oh my gosh. What happened? Did the assistant just die? Did the girl just die too? Oh my gosh.
Huh? Is this part of the show? Mr. Lyney, you're going to use magic to fix the stage now, right?
Oh, I don't think that's part of the show.
What happened?
Oh no. Maybe this isn't part of the show. The girl was still in that box, right?
And the guy's mask floated off, so it's two people may have just died getting crushed.
This performance is over. Medical staff with me. Guards, secure the scene and detain all the performers. Seal the exits. No one is allowed in or out at this time.
Yes, that's right. If this was just an accident, then we must investigate the cause. But if this was all part of some scheme, then those accountable will not escape the judgment of the God of Justice.
No need to be alarmed, you two. We'll get to the bottom of this soon enough.
Well, thanks for the reassurance, but I'm a little nervous still. 'Cause two people just died! Getting squished! Of all things.
Unfortunately, the person who is in the magic box has been pronounced dead. His name was Cowell, one of the assistants in Lyney's magic troupe.
That guy from the beginning who was... Oh my gosh, he died.
Apparently, the fireworks on stage ignited the ropes that were suspending the water tank, which then caused the tank to fall onto the stage. As of now, we are still not sure why we found Cowell in the box, rather than the guest from the audience. And after an initial search of the area, the guards have confirmed that the girl is nowhere to be found.
And another missing girl on top. So the girl is missing and the guy is dead. Oh, he got squished. That is probably one of the most brutal deaths we've had in Genshin Impact. Ow. Oh gosh. Wouldn't want to go up that way.
It appears that this incident was not merely some mishap with the performance. And there are many indications that it is connected with the case of the serial disappearances of young women.
The serial disappearances case?
That's the case that Charlotte mentioned before.
And to pull it off like this in front of an audience, including the Archon-in-Chief of Justice? Good lord.
I know the truth. I can see through the whole thing. Really, using such a shallow and obvious mystery as his finale. Did he really underestimate us that badly?
Are you saying Lyney is the culprit?
I say that our powerful magician, Mr. Lyney, is now the prime suspect for the serial disappearances case.
He wasn't even born whenever it started. 20 years ago. He was like, even if he was probably only like 1 year old.
Huh? Why me? This whole thing was an accident.
Oh, this all occurred during your magic show, did it not? The missing girl disappeared after being chosen, did she not? The deceased is one of your assistants, is he not?
Good lord, can I slap her? Because you're gonna get on my nerves. I love your design, and I like your sass, but you're gonna get on my nerves, woman.
Now that I think about it, that whole speech about magicians making things disappear was nothing more than a provocation, a bald-faced challenge.
That can't be right. How can Lyney do this? He was in the box on the stage the entire time. We can even hear his voice. Besides, before the show, he told us that he would like to catch the criminal behind the disappearances. He couldn't possibly mean catching himself.
It's hard to believe all this happened during the show.
Save discussion for a later time, please. Lady Furina, may I assume that your comments just now constitute an accusation against Mr. Lyney and his associates, and that you are pressing charges?
Huh? I just think that I think it might be a little early to talk about formally pressing charges.
Were you just saying that all just to be dramatic, woman? You weren't actually pressing charges against him? Are you kidding me? You just went from I really like you to I want to slap you. Good lord, treat your justice system like it's supposed to be seriously, rather than just as a spectacle.
But what Lady Furina said just now makes perfect sense. Looks like she's gonna personally deliver justice.
And she's gonna fall whims to the crowd's demands. I already don't like her.
A kidnapping and murder carried out under the cover of a magic show. Lady Furina said it all.
And she's influencing them. Stop blindly trusting people. Use your own brain cells.
I mean, of course, my dear people. But what excites me even more than the obvious truth before our eyes is the opponent I'll be facing. That's right. I mean you, Traveler. You'll support Lyney, won't you? After all, he was the one who helped you the first time we met.
I trust Lyney, so are you putting forfeit charges towards him just so that you can have a duel with me? You could have asked.
Then there's no problem at all. You know, the Traveler and I already had a duel the first time we met.
No, we didn't.
But with Lyney's help, our little duel ended in a draw. But draws really are the most boring possible outcome.
Woman, you're rigging your own court. Shut up.
So, no more draws. Between the two of us, there must be a clear winner and loser. And what better place to hold such a riveting showdown and decide the true victor than here, on the grandest of stages, the Opera Epiclese.
Huh. It wasn't a draw. She obviously lost last time.
Yeah.
I understand. Charges have now been pressed, and as such, a trial is in order. Well, Traveler, seems Lady Furina has set you in her sights. But putting her dramatic rhetoric aside for a moment, I would like to ask you, are you willing to act as Mr. Lyney's attorney and defend him in this case?
We playing Ace Attorney, boy! I'm up for this! Yes, I am!
Very well. The trial will be held a day from now in the Opera House. Both sides may investigate the scene to build their cases and search for the truth.
We're playing Ace Attorney here! Let's go! I love Ace Attorney!
Lyney and his troop are all potential suspects, and shall remain within the Opera House. The audience may begin to leave in an orderly fashion once they have been cleared by the guards.
A day isn't that long. Let's see what kind of case this big shot Outlander can build in such a short amount of time. I'm really quite looking forward to hearing it.
I hope this quest continues going on for, like... I hope this isn't, like, close to the end and then we'll have to get cut off, because I don't know if I can do another quest today. But if it's all in one same quest, I am powering through all of it, because, oh my gosh, I just really hope we don't get, like, a to be continued. Please don't. Please don't. I really want to prove this brat wrong. Looks like we're your attorney.
Sorry about everything that happened just now. Were you frightened?
A little bit, I'll be honest.
Of course! Who wouldn't be scared after witnessing an accident like that?
Totally. And yeah, I love investigation game things too. Just like, give me that mystery juiciness and me actually having to put my brain to the test. And they don't come up with stupid stupid things that you would never come up with. Like, I like that they actually, like, don't just put in some sort of twist that you never would have guessed most of the time. You know, like, they lead up to it, you know, with just even little hints sprinkled in so that you can actually figure it out.
Yeah, I'm a little shaken up myself. How could this happen? And poor Cal. I know you already claimed that you would defend me, but now it's just us talking. Tell me, do you think I could possibly be the murderer?
No, and by the way, I don't know if you were paying attention earlier, but just I Google searched what that word that they kept on saying, like it may have been a name, but that at Fountain we kept on hearing at the Fountain, and it translated to cow herd, and it's weird that the person who died was named Cowell, you know? So it's interesting, a little connection. And, like, it's not exactly the same, but I'd say close enough to have it, you know, work out. But, you can't take Furina's voice seriously considering the fact that she shares the same VA as Toy Chica. I don't think it has, like, I personally can see apart different roles, as long as you fit the role that you are in, which she isn't meant to be taken seriously, I don't think. While she's in a position of power, she isn't doing the right thing, so she isn't meant to be taken seriously, so I think it fits. But, no, I do not think you are the murderer, Lyney.
Good to hear. Thank you so much for trusting me. I'm sure everyone sees me as the biggest suspect at this point. But, if you ask me, the whole thing is mysteries layered upon mysteries, such that all that's left is confusion. I don't know whether what happened there on the stage was purely an accident or not, and I don't know why poor Cal was in the box. As for how that girl chosen from the audience could suddenly disappear, I'm afraid I don't have any answers either. If someone tampered with my performance, then we need to figure out what they did. Even a skilled and knowledgeable magician like myself couldn't pull all that off in just 1 minute.
Yeah, it's very strange.
Which is precisely why we need to investigate. As this book says, the impossible could not have happened. Whatever happened must have been that which is possible.
Isn't that a Sherlock Holmes quote? And Amber said that once. In her story quest. But also, where did you get those glasses?
Paimon bought them when we were reading at the bookshop in the city earlier. Pretty cool, huh?
When did I give you money?
Don't worry. Paimon used her own savings to buy them. It wasn't from our travel funds.
When did you have savings?
I think they look cute on you, Paimon.
I would agree, but still, it's... when did I give you money to save up?
You have good taste, Lynette.
Or when did she get her own money?
That's the right attitude. Feeling depressed isn't going to help me now. I need to get back to my normal self. But with the guards watching our every move, it's going to be especially difficult for Lynette and I to prove our own innocence. Good thing you agreed to be our attorneys. Thanks for that. We'll be counting on you.
Are there not, like, real attorneys around here? Because I don't know if I'm really qualified for it. I'll still do it, but isn't there an actual attorney around here?
Yes, thank you so much.
I won't let you down. I'm honestly kind of used to being thrown into the thick of it like this.
Yeah, just leave it to us. Oh, since we're going to start investigating, Paimon has a question first. Where did Lynette go during the performance?
Oh, well, I'm afraid that would involve some of our essential trade secrets as magicians.
Dude, you could be put on death row or something. Just tell us.
The secrets behind our magic are past saving, Lyney.
I suppose you're right. The truth behind our tricks is going to be important evidence that will be weighted during the trial. 'Tis truly a pity. As a magician, our magic show is a work of art. We've poured countless hours and spared no effort in perfecting it. But if revealing our secrets will help you uncover the truth behind what happened, then it will be well worth it.
Okay, now spill.
We should go somewhere else if we're going to discuss our magic tricks. We'll go speak with the guards, and in the meantime, you can go investigate the stage and the seating areas.
Alright, let's go have a look while the investigation teams are still here. Detective Paimon is on the case! Hello, officer. How's the investigation going?
Now that I think about it, is she or Maya? It's wacky enough to be, I'd say, at least. Anyway, we're Lyney and Lynette's attorneys.
I see. You must be the traveler that Lady Furina mentioned. Listen, I'll be perfectly honest with you. I'd avoid getting mixed up in this whirlpool of a mess if I were you.
Huh? What do you mean?
Come with me and you'll see.
Okay. Is it that you think we don't want to see bodies? Because I don't want to, really, but whatever to save the boy and the girl.
The deceased is one of Lyney's assistants, named Cal. Even though he hadn't joined the troupe long, he was hardworking and everyone generally liked him. The assistants are usually in charge of setting up and inspecting the props, as well as assisting with the show and keeping the crowd engaged.
Huh, chalkline.
As you probably saw when you were in the audience, the water tank suddenly fell and smashed the box with Cowl inside it.
But why was Cowl inside?
This is the real mystery. We've already searched the scene and were unable to find any traces of the girl. However, if you look carefully, the box was positioned directly under the water tank. The ropes holding the tank were then burned by the pyrotechnics on stage, causing them to snap. All these factors lining up so perfectly makes it hard to see this as a mere accident.
I don't know, maybe, I feel like it could still be an accident pretty easily. Or who knows, maybe Lyney and Lynette are putting on a show, because after all, our Licino called them actors, and we're trusting them when we shouldn't be.
If anything, the more logical explanation is that the whole incident was intentionally planned, and Lyney is the most likely person to have access to all these areas.
But he doesn't have a motive.
Are you both good friends of his?
We've met him recently, but I wouldn't say super good, but I'd say we're friendly at least.
Well, you can't say we're good friends, but we've known each other for a little while.
So in just a short time, he was not only able to win your trust, but even convince you to act as his attorneys. I know there's no such thing as magic. The real trick of a magician is holding the audience in the palm of their hand. I've seen a lot of cases, and I can tell you that people are the least reliable kind of evidence.
Excuse me, but people can also be the most reliable evidence.
Sorry, I tend to be pretty straightforward. Just know that I'm warning you for your own good.
You're not gonna sway me out of taking care of this.
Anyway, you may investigate the scene of the crime yourselves if you're curious. Who knows, maybe you'll be able to come up with some new evidence.
You can use the case record to confirm your current evidence and clue collection situation and case-related information. This is Ace Attorney. You can check as yet undiscovered evidence and clues in the case record, then investigate the corresponding area to locate them. Use the perception skill to find evidence and clues, but it can be investigated within a certain radius around yourself. This will advance your overall progress. Guards Investigation Report. The investigation from the guards indicates that the fireworks launched at the tail end of the magic performance set the rope dangling the water tank alight, causing the tank to fall and kill Cowl, who was within it. It seems evident that Lyney is the likeliest user of the prop to commit a crime. However, the reason for the victim being Cowl and the reason for the lady's disappearance remains mysteries. The deceased's identity. The deceased is one of Lyney's assistants named Cowl. He was well trusted by all his colleagues. His job was setting up and inspecting props, as well as assisting with the show and keeping the crowd engaged. I guess we will get to investigate through it. Nice. Now, crossing fingers that Trial is also in this Archon quest because I don't want to get put on a cliffhanger. Okay, examine white line. This is where the magic box was struck. If Cal weren't inside the box at that moment, he might have dodged the falling water tank. True. Okay. Here's the rope.
So this is the rope that broke and caused the water tank to fall. The rope looks pretty durable. How can it be burned through so quickly by fireworks?
So either Lyney didn't realize this was a safety concern, or...
Why are you suddenly so serious, Traveler?
I'm just looking at where the rope snapped.
Whoa. Look! This bit is made from different material!
What?
Most of it was burned away, but there's still a little bit of it left.
It seems to be flammable, like a type of flash cotton.
So if a rope meant to hold something was made with that kind of material in it, then that means...
It sounds like someone was trying to set it up.
Wait, why don't you write all this down? Let's take notes.
Doesn't mean it was necessarily Lyney, but someone was trying to set this up, obviously. This rope was used to suspend the water tank. It suddenly broke when the fireworks were being launched on stage. The investigation has shown that the location where the rope snapped was made of flammable material. I'd imagine it'd be one of the stagehands. Now that that's the case. Hello?
Hello there. What are you investigating?
Oh, this location has also been cordoned off because the magic troupe members are currently considered prime suspects. The investigation team is still collecting evidence. The seats were all booked in advance, so we were able to deduce the missing woman's identity by checking the guest list.
Could you tell us who she is?
Sure. It's not like this is confidential information. We will publish it later anyway when we petition the public to help us find the missing person. Her name is Halsey. She's a painter from Fontaine who's made a bit of a name for herself. Apparently, she wasn't a regular at the Opera House, but she'd been feeling some pressure with her work lately, which made her decide to come see the magic show. The magic troupe members all claim not to know her. We have looked into her social connections. It seems that she has no personal grievances or conflicts of interest with the suspects. Simply put, she wasn't related to the magic troupe at all, which matches the features of the previous serial disappearances.
All right.
Were the victims of previous cases also chosen at random?
That's how it seems to us, in any case. Apart from the fact that they were all young women of around the same age range, there really weren't any other connections between them.
Okay then.
Thanks for letting us know all this.
No need to be so formal. If you do happen to see the missing girl, please be sure to contact us.
Of course.
It is of utmost importance that we get to the bottom of these disappearances.
Information about the missing lady's identity. Halsey is the missing person. She's a famous painter and came to watch the magic show in order to take a break from her own creative work. She isn't known to have been entangled in quarrels with any of the members of Lyney's magic troupe. I would think they would put the trial also in the same quest, because this would be too much information to remember to split them into 2 different quests. Examine magic box. The broken magic box was left on the scene after the guards completed their investigation. Looking at it now, the water tank must have struck it really hard. Of course it struck it really hard! It fell down from the ceiling! Girl, use your brain. Okay, I've already talked to Esmond. Who are you? Quentin.
The investigation team has some new findings. Turns out there's an issue with the random number selector after all.
See, I told you. What if the machine picked some big guy's seat? You think the murderer would have still made his move then?
Sorry to interrupt, but we're helping Lyney and Lynette with their side of the investigation. What were you saying about the number selector? There's something wrong with it?
You're trying to help them? That'll be a tall order.
Dude, somebody's gotta do it. No, even whoever... Innocent until proven guilty, come on. For Pete's sake. You should know this, don't pick sides.
Lyney used the machine to pick a random member of the audience during his performance, right? The lucky girl that later disappeared. Well, we thought there might be a serious problem with the machine, so we had it taken away for further inspection.
It turns out that the seat number it picked wasn't random at all. The machine picks that same number every time. I'm sure you already know that you have to make a reservation in advance to get a seat, regardless of whether it's a trial or some performance.
So whoever it was knew, had access to the tickets and to the props. Access to the ticket records and the props. Or setting up props, at least. So, stagehand... Oh, gosh. But they wouldn't have access to the tickets, which would put Lyney as an easily prime suspect because he has access to both, or Lynette. Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. Please just let a Fatui member be behind, because I don't want Lyney to be a criminal.
In other words, Lyney knew who would be sitting where from the very beginning.
Maybe it was just a coincidence, because random number generator, making just a paper random number generator would be really hard. So just make it look like it's going to be random and always have it stop on the same one. And but you still picked out a random number in advance.
That much checks out. Lyney reserved our seats for us too.
Bet you see why I was saying it'd be tough to make a case for Lyney.
Thanks. Sorry to bother you.
Even though it's bad for Lyney's case, Paimon had better write it down.
This device was used during Lyney's magic performance to choose a lucky member of the audience. However, the guards have found that it will generate the exact same number no matter what. Clearly someone has tampered with it. What do we do now? There's clues up here, so... Looks like an ordinary box, but Lyney somehow moved instantly from the stage to the being inside it. How did he do it? Yeah, we need to know the trick so that we can actually defend you, bub. Where are we supposed to be going? Okay, let's go upstairs.
Hey, you! Yes, both of you! Over here! I've been keeping an eye on you for a while now.
Oh, it's that girl from the trailer.
Huh? You mean us?
That's right. If I'm not mistaken, you're also among those who wish to cut down the thorns and pursue the truth. No? And by the looks of it, you're not from Fontaine.
Correct.
Well, you're right on the more about that one, but who are you?
Have you never heard of the Spina di Rosula?
No.
From mediating disputes and providing protection to solving conundrums, you name it, Spina di Rosula does it.
Could we hire an actual attorney for this case of Lyney's from you, maybe?
And I, Navia, have the honor of being its renowned president. Though those who play by our rules call me boss.
Alright.
I'm Silver, her attendant. Pleased to meet you.
Quite some dapper dudes. Hello.
And I'm Melus. Demoiselle's various daily needs and affairs are under my purview.
Huh? Boss? Demoiselle? What gives with the names?
She's the president. She said it.
Well, I am the second generation president. Melus and the others are still used to my previous title.
My apologies, Demoiselle. Should you prefer, boss, I will endeavor to use that instead.
No, no need. You don't have to call me boss. Just Navia is fine.
Now I know how to pronounce it, Navia.
Okay, if you say so. Not that we're members of Spina di Rosula anyway.
All merely trifling details. Never mind. Now, back to the situation at hand.
So you want to investigate as well?
That's right. I've always kept an eye on the serial disappearance cases. My interest stems from a matter back from my father's time. Judging from the look of things, I find Lyney an unlikely mastermind.
I would agree. I feel like he's getting set up.
Really? We think so too. That's why we're looking for clues now. But how did you come to that conclusion?
Intuition, naturally. My unparalleled intuition.
Okay.
Furina sure was quick to point the finger at Lyney without any decisive evidence whatsoever, wasn't she?
Exactly. By the way, does anyone get extreme mafia vibes from these three? It's probably what they're going for, but just like, it feels like at least a good mafia kind of thing.
But that's not uncommon for her. If you remember, the justice had to interrupt her and ask if she was pressing charges just to keep her from getting carried away. Anyway, a trial begins the moment someone levels charges. And, of course, there was no way Furina was going to back down in that situation.
Sounds more like you just don't trust the Hydro Archon.
I don't really trust her either at this point. She needs to butt whooping that brat.
Well, what's your opinion? I must admit that she can be interesting at times, but liking her doesn't mean that I'll blindly agree with her.
Yeah, I can extremely agree with that statement.
All right, I've answered your question. Now, it's time you answer mine.
Wait a minute, did that answer count?
Well, I say it does. But don't worry, you won't hear any pointless questions from me. In your opinion, do you think it's right to treat a trial like it's an opera?
Not at all.
Well?
Not always.
And why would that be?
Doing so makes it easy for the truth to fall by the wayside. Something serious like a trial shouldn't be treated like entertainment.
See, Silver and Melus? I told you they'd be different.
I love this music. It's like, it kind of like, I can't think of what this music is like, but it's like a tango kind of music. Either way, it's great.
Most astute of you, Demoiselle. I too think that the Traveler's response was most excellent. No matter how wonderful the script or how fervent the audience's expectations may be, the trials that go on stage here must be based in fact. And if that can be done, boss, then...
All right, that's quite enough, Melus. Anyway, I like your answer. You pass with flying colors. Now, I need to make some preparations, following which our joint investigation shall commence. You two shall be my assistants.
Okay. I like her. She's feisty.
Wait! Since when did we become assistants?
Oh, well, I can be the assistant. Sure. Or your companion, if you like. I'm really not that fussy.
That's more like it.
I think you're missing the point, Paimon.
Far be it from me to brag, but I believe that Demoiselle's intuition will be instrumental in uncovering the truth.
I would bet so.
You wish to save a friend from false accusations, and we wish to unravel the disappearances. In this sense, our goals are aligned.
You have a point. Huh. You're quite the talker, aren't you, mister? And what about you over there? What do you think? You seem like you've got something on your mind.
I have nothing to add.
Oh, alrighty then.
The older one puts on his wisdom, and the younger one just stays quiet to let the smart people talk. Very interesting.
We'll be making some preparations first. Just be sure to let us know if they start revealing Lyney's tricks. Thanks!
All right.
Speaking of that, I think magic shows would be very popular in Poisson.
I can see that. Maybe I should try to learn some magic. If I could make things disappear, cleaning my room would be a cinch.
You need not worry about such things, demoiselle. That falls under my duties.
Oh, right.
I like this group. They're cool. They got mafia vibes in the best way possible, and I love it. I know it's an odd statement to make, but it's so cool. I love it. So where exactly am I supposed to be going? I thought I guess I was having trouble finding clues, and so I went upstairs, but then ran into them. Oh, there's something there. I guess I need to talk to you? Okay.
Lyney's still talking to the guards. It seems he'll have a lot of explaining to do. I think someone will be assigned to monitor us later, but that's alright. Lyney's still talking to
no,
the
I got you already told me. Thank you. Where? Nope. Okay, I got that clue clear. Where am I going now? Because I'm getting lost. Is it on the other side? Okay, it looks like it's on the other side of this place. You. I gotta talk to you. Who are you? Isildur.
I see that you're investigating the area. Well, it just so happens that I'm interested too. If you find any new and interesting leads, be sure to share them with me, alright?
Why would I do that?
We don't have too many thoughts yet.
Then why don't I tell you my hypothesis first? The way I see it. And I'll start it with that loud thud.
The thud? Oh, you mean the sound that happened during the countdown?
Yeah, I was wondering if that would have anything to play into what happened. I can't figure out what it was yet, but it has to be related in some way.
Yes, exactly. It wasn't terribly loud, but I suspect that most people heard it. It's just that everyone was awaiting the results of Lyney's trick with bated breath, so no one paid it much mind. But now that the incident has happened, the thud has become an important clue.
That makes sense. So, what do you make of it?
I'm of the opinion that it may have been the sound of Lyney's accomplice. Lynette, perhaps. Jumping atop the water tank, or something like that.
I don't think so. Why would it be that?
And when the pyrotechnics went off, she cut the rope, sending the water tank crashing down.
It obviously was burned through and not cut.
But wasn't the noise we heard too loud for that?
Perhaps the balance wasn't right, leading to a particularly rough landing.
Then wouldn't the water tank have started to swing a bit in that case?
Oh, that's true. I suppose I must reconsider.
That does remind Paimon, though. What was with that sound?
During the switching performance, there was an audible thump that many audience members heard. How do I access that one thing? Is it in my inventory? Is it a gadget? No. Quest item? Oh, yep.
Whoever the murderer was, they must have made preparations well beforehand.
Yeah, agreed.
This rope was obviously tampered with. People needed to register and reserve a seat for the show. That, combined with this number selector, could allow you to pick a young lady instead of some old fogey. Why would it be him? How strange. Gosh, no wonder the serial disappearances never got solved. We all heard that noise, didn't we?
Yeah, we've got 6 more things to find. There's at least one main one that it's leading me to. I don't know where I'm supposed to be going for that. But somewhere, obviously. Maybe it's out here in the lobby and I just missed it. You.
Sorry, but no one can freely enter or exit the Opera House at the moment. If you wish to leave, you must register your identity with us first.
Oh, we weren't looking to leave. We just want some clues.
No, we're not leaving. We're representing Lyney and Lynette as attorneys, so we're investigating the case. Were you always guarding this entrance?
Yes. After the Chief Justice gave the order, everyone coming in or out must undergo a strict inspection. So, the missing girl couldn't have left from here. At least, not from that point on.
What about during the show?
I doubt there was much opportunity then, either.
You can't rule it out.
How can you be so sure,
Well, because I was in charge of security near the entrance at that time. I couldn't see Lyney's performance from here, which was quite a shame. Just my luck.
You know, now that we've slowed down a little bit at the moment on seriousness and wanting to explore everything, I just realized they talk. these little melazines. I didn't expect them to talk.
But still, I did not abandon my post, and I stayed put no matter how loud the applause was. If someone had so much as even approached the door, I would have noticed it, let alone if they had tried to leave.
Couldn't there be a back door?
We melazines are good at that sort of thing, you know.
So, it's safe to say the girl couldn't have left through here. Alright, thank you for your help. This'll be useful info.
Entrances and exits to the Opera House. No one left the Opera House during the magic show and after the incident happened. Only those who had their identities cleared by the guards could leave.
We've checked everything of note here at the performance venue. Paimon wonders how Lyney's discussion with the guards is going.
I'll check that out in a second, but I want to see the clue for that last thing.
Why would it be the performance would not have been visible from where the doors were guarded? If Paimon were on duty, she would have snuck back into the audience seating.
Maybe the Melazine did. Maybe that's a hint at it. She really wanted to see a show. Maybe she's just lying.
Let's go see, shall
Understood. Then I will be going with you. Just so you're aware, I will be monitoring your actions and making notes as necessary.
Very good. Thanks for being so agreeable. I'd pull a rose out of my hat as a gift for you if I could.
You may spare the pleasantries. I'm just doing my job.
You've arrived. Who's this?
Me? I'm Spina di Rosula's guardian angel. If you've got a problem, I've got the firepower. Sorry, I got a little carried away there. Call me Navia. I'm a partner of theirs, and will be helping investigate this whole situation. And these are my companions. Would you mind if they join as well?
Fine by me.
More the merrier.
Oh, new helpers? I would be most grateful.
Well, let's just say we're tagging along. It's not every day you get to see the secrets behind magic performed on such a large scale.
I appreciate your kind interest. Come with me. We'll be heading below stage.
Let's go.
Huh? Below stage?
Yes, a world of secrets is hidden beneath this magic box, prepared specifically for this switcheroo trick. But before I reveal everything, you should have a look first. Notice anything strange here? I'm not trying to be dramatic. Remembering the details of a trick will help you understand the methods used to perform it more easily.
There's a fake back.
Huh. Weren't there balloons and other decorations here? Where did all that go?
True, but I thought it looked like there was a fake back. Never mind. It's just the detailing.
Ah, good eye. That said, you're still far from discovering the answer.
The back of the door isn't the same.
The back? You mean the inside of the door? What's different about it? Paimon didn't notice anything.
I didn't either, but thank you, Lumine, because I wouldn't have noticed.
Very good indeed. I thought you might not be able to catch that, given that you were sitting in the first row. The back of this door was patterned. Those patterns are now gone, replaced by a smooth wooden board. So, if you put 2 and 2 together, what do you get?
There's another box inside this one.
Exactly. All right, let's go. I'll tell you how it works as we head down.
Oh, so there was a passageway under the magic box!
I knew it! And the passage linked the 2 boxes together.
I knew you'd figure out most of it as soon as you saw this place. The 2 magic boxes are positioned right above the 2 entrances of the tunnel. See this flatbed trolley?
Oh, it's a thing to carry the inside of the box.
The box with the lucky audience member in it would be shuttled over to the other side using the trolley.
This trolley can raise and lower and even rotate, ensuring that the box will face in the right direction.
Oh, so it makes the audience member even think they teleported, and then Lyney will just run across the other side and go up the ladder.
I see. So that's the purpose of the box inside another box.
Precisely. The inner box would descend after the audience member was put inside and be moved along the trolley, all while the outer box would remain on stage as if nothing had ever changed.
So that's how you did it!
Once the box was lowered, the trolley would store some energy through this device here, with which it would complete the rest of the steps. The audience member would only be able to feel some slight movements in the dark, and by the time she walked out, she would already be back on stage.
Then what about your side of the trick? Just run over and climb up the ladder?
Right! You were talking that whole time, and you even came out for a moment near the end!
True.
Ah, yes. A phonograph operated by Lynette was used to achieve that effect. My assistant and I had already scripted our conversation beforehand. When the countdown began, I had already gone to the opposite box via a tunnel using that ladder.
And what about Lynette? Where was she?
Was she dressed up as you?
I was in the mezzanine space in the back of the box.
Oh, interesting!
That's how we were able to coordinate Lyney's lines with the assistant. And, by the way, I was the one who walked out of the box at the end.
I knew it!
I mean, we are twins. All it takes is a change of clothes and no one can tell who's who. And that's my favorite part of this trick. Only Lynette and I can perform it.
So that's how it all worked! Wow, every detail you revealed was more amazing than the last!
I can tell you put a lot of thought into this.
Lynette would briefly walk out of the box and then go back in, jumping into the tunnel and escaping before the box on the trolley could finish ascending. And then I walk out of the other box in the audience area, and the trick would be complete. The operative word here being would. But as you saw, Cal was in the box, not our audience member. She, on the other hand, mysteriously vanished.
We really don't know how that happened.
If not for that interlude, this would have been an astonishing trick. I probably never would have figured out how you pulled it off. And yet, to think that someone was able to use this magic trick to commit a crime. Could we have a look around? I think we can come up with some more leads.
I agree. This is where the girl probably went missing, so we gotta look around.
This is the scene of the crime, so Lyney and Lynette are not permitted to stay here. I'll escort them back up.
Alright.
Yes, of course. No need to be so strict now. I won't disappear into thin air, you know.
Thanks, everyone. We're counting on you.
Lyney gave a detailed account of how this the trick was supposed to work. By using a box inside a box, the idea was for the box containing the audience member to be transported across via a tunnel underneath, and Lyney himself would also use this tunnel to get to the other side. Meanwhile, having changed her outfit, Lynette and her assistant would take charge of on-stage interactions. The magic box on stage has an additional layer to its rear, in which Lynette and Lyney's clothes... brain. Start over. On-stage magic box structure. The magic box on stage has an additional layer to its rear, in which Lynette in Lyney's clothes remained hidden. She would appear at the end of the magic trick and lead people to believe that Lyney had been able to instantly move to the box on the other side. Audience side magic box structure. Magic box at the center of the audience stand has 2 layers, and beneath it is an entrance to an underground tunnel. This was how the lucky audience member was meant to have been transported without the audience noticing. Examine control board. It should be the control device for the trolley. It seems to be able to operate automatically. A ladder is required in order to return to the magic box above.
What's this?
Something obviously broke.
Looks like a hook tied to the end of a rope. Huh? There's all kinds of odds and ends here.
Lyney didn't mention this earlier.
Perhaps it was a prop for a different trick. But why would it have been left here?
Whatever it is, let's make a note of it first.
A rope that has fallen to the ground. A metal hook has been tied to one end of the rope. Its use is unclear. Grappling hook? I don't know. Maybe?
The floor is wet. Please be careful not to slip.
Thank you, Millis. And yeah, I thought something looked broke. And there's a dress over there. That's not the same color as the girl's dress, though. It was white.
Speaking of which, why would there be water here?
Maybe it was for a trick, like the water box?
Oh, Paimon knows! It's one of those tricks where you pour water into a jug and then flip the jug over only for the water to disappear? And here's a broken vase. Huh. Did the trolley knock it down while moving?
Is that what we heard, the thud? No, we would have heard crashing glass, too.
That can't be. The trolley moves along tracks from start to finish. It couldn't have hit the vase at this distance.
Let's note this down too and think about it later.
There are many pieces of a broken flower vase on one side of the tunnel. All the water within has been spilled. Judging from the distance, it seems unlikely that it was knocked over by the trolley meant to transport the magic box. Okay.
Oh, these are the clothes that the lady chosen from the audience was wearing, right?
I thought it looked different. Huh.
Her clothes are here, but she's nowhere to be found.
Lyney didn't mention the guest having a wardrobe change.
Right. And do you really need to do that if you're kidnapping them?
Maybe they swapped clothes with someone?
Ugh, this is so confusing. Paimon doesn't want to be a detective anymore.
I feel ya. The young lady's clothes. The clothes belonging to Halsey, the lady who went missing, were found in the tunnel. The reason for this remains unknown. That's sauce. Anything else? One more thing. High precision is required to complete this magic show. The tracks are perfect for making the trolley stay on its destined course. Any more? Oh, there is. Yeah, definitely. All kinds of props and costumes are haphazardly stuffed inside. cute dresses. Take a little sit. Too long of a sit. Let's keep moving. Trolley. The trolley is crucial for transporting the magic box to the other side. The culprit must have used this to execute their plan. A vent! A vent! Vent, 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 vent! Sus, 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 sus. Among Us. Sorry. But I know it's attached, but still, they could have put it off, took it off and put it back on.
What is this place?
Looks like a vent.
It seems someone could fit through here.
Huh. Could this have been the suspect's escape route?
Alone, perhaps. But if they had to pull another person with them, the space would be too narrow.
But there are no other ways in or out of here.
Other than those that go through the magic boxes, and Lyney and Lynette were in the magic boxes.
Oh, you're right. Let Paimon write that down.
Imposter among us. The tunnel vent. The tunnel vent looks like it could allow one person to passage barely, but leaving along with the missing lady seems like an unrealistic prospect. Anything else?
Seems we're just about done investigating down here.
Yes. Let's head back up.
I want to see what Paimon has to say about the last clues that we grabbed.
Why would it be? Well, there was no chance Paimon could have seen that the box had 2 layers. And that's why only the 2 of them can perform this trick. Digging a tunnel just for a magic trick? Whew, that must have been a lot of work.
Is there more that I need to find out here, or is that later, maybe?
That size wouldn't have been a problem for Paimon.
Wait. That size wouldn't have been a problem for Paimon. What's similar size to Paimon? A Melazine.
Whoever the murderer was, this is probably a prop too. Oh, looks like it could hook onto a lot of things. Like the Traveler's fishing rod. This flower vase is probably a prop for the show. But it also could have been used in the crime. Paimon doesn't get this at all. You think about it for a bit, Traveler.
Yeah, I need to think about this for a while, because good lord, too much info. Too much info. I don't know what to do. Yeah, I think I got everything down here. Come on. Return to the surface.
Well, we've ascertained the state of the crime scene. Let's find a place to sort out our findings once Malus returns. Seems to me that there are several things that don't add up here.
Exactly.
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle.
So, what did the guards say? Did the criminal escape through the vent?
They believe the odds of that are very low, since the vent leads to the Opera House's basement. The guards have checked the area carefully. No one left through the basement during the performance or after the incident, and no one was found hiding there.
Shoot. That's one lead down the drain.
So the tunnels become like a secret chamber then. You know, like the kind you usually see in novels.
It would seem so.
The plot thickens. Halsey's disappearance and Cowell's death are both quite inexplicable. No wonder Furina was so confident in her accusation. All the current evidence points toward Lyney and Lynette.
In other words, the charges are very likely to be upheld unless we make some considerable progress.
Exactly, we gotta get moving.
Charges and then trial. So if the charges are upheld, they'll announce a sentence?
That's right. This is how a trial goes in the Opera House. During the proceedings, the Chief Justice and the Oratrice will hear statements from both sides.
The Oratrice will too?
That's right. This is how indemnitium is produced. The statements from both sides, the defenses from attorneys, witness testimonies, and even the audience's emotions will all be projected on the Oratrice. To put it simply, it's as if the Oratrice has its own will, and is a judge in its own right.
This also precludes any kind of favoritism on the part of the Chief Justice. Not that this has ever happened anyway.
Fascinating.
Once both sides have finished speaking, the Chief Justice will make his final decision. This, too, will be used by the Oratrice as a reference. Then, finally, the Oratrice will be consulted by officials. The result it returns is the will of justice itself.
So we're letting a AI, robot, whatever, ordain people's fate. Yeah, I don't like that.
Huh? So that machine is the one that actually decides? I thought Neuvillette called the shots.
Yeah, exactly.
In practice, there is very little difference. Both have always come to the same judgment, which is why people have great faith in the Chief Justice. Ah, yes, the guards also asked me to convey that none of us will be allowed to leave this place before the trial.
Huh? Why?
Because we've chosen to act as the twins' proxies. That makes us persons related to the case.
Gotcha.
They're concerned that we might be colluding with outside parties, or that we might find outside help to disrupt the case. And even if that were not so, it could prove problematic if we happen to spread key information about the case ahead of time.
I'm ready to break out at any time.
Okay, we got the chaotic one here.
Whoa, whoa! There's no need for that! Paimon thinks they have a point! That said, are they providing food?
Of course. I just hope you don't mind the lack of options. I'm afraid that catering to all tastes is not in the cards, nor is any guarantee of balanced nutrition.
Yeah, now's not the time to be picky. We gotta figure this out. Speaking of food, I'm hungry. I might need to take a break and get a sandwich.
In that case, let's just sort out our findings together here. Pity. I was hoping to take you to try some of Fontaine's famous desserts, too.
Stop talking about food.
I mean, what better way to properly think through our findings than over some tea and sweets?
Stop talking about food. I'm hungry.
Huh. Breaking out suddenly doesn't seem like such a bad idea after all.
Paimon, as much as I want food too, stop it.
Just kidding, just kidding. Paimon will still do her best, even if there are no snacks.
What do you mean, no snacks? Of course we'll have snacks. If we cannot buy some, then we'll simply make some.
Huh? Here? But how?
Exactly, how?
Understood, Demoiselle. Everyone, please come with me.
Is there a kitchen around here?
Wait, you're carrying a portable stove with you?
How is one of you carrying this?
Yes, I must be prepared to meet the Demoiselle's baking needs whenever the fancy strikes her.
I have eggs, sugar, and almonds at the ready.
Good work, you two. Then I'll get to it. Please sit tight for a moment. You'll get to taste my awesome snacks soon enough.
These three are quite the interesting group.
Must be a Spina di Rosula thing.
And Paimon thought it smelled good while it was still in the oven. Oh, it's even better now. Paimon can't stop drooling.
Paimon is not the only one drooling because he made French macarons. Oh, you're making me hungry, girl. Don't do this to me. I'm hungry. Don't do this to me. French macarons. Oh my gosh, I love French macarons. They're so good. Don't tempt me. Why can't I live out in the boonies, so you can't get this stuff unless you're out on vacation somewhere nice. Oh my gosh, I need to learn how to make my own. Since I love baking, might as well do it anyway. I hate it when people talk about food and you're hungry. Exactly, Zhao. Thank you.
From the way you had these two guys carrying all that stuff around, Paimon thought you'd have them do more during the baking process. But you ended up doing the entire thing by yourself. Beating the egg whites, grinding almonds, everything.
I was applauding.
I like this guy. I like both of them. I like all three of them.
And I was giving encouraging smiles.
That's not quite what Paimon meant, but okay.
Paimon was just thinking. Aren't you worried about getting your fancy dress dirty, beating egg whites and baking like this?
Well, I don't think it's carved in stone anywhere that fancy ladies can only read books, sip tea, ride horses, and play the piano. I just really enjoy making snacks.
How about, say, bacon? Because macarons are not an easy snack, nor are they, most people would consider them a snack. They're a dessert. Or a treat. Not a snack.
Don't underestimate beating egg weights, by the way. It's a real arm workout. You also need to beat them to just the right consistency, or your macarons will crack.
Someone did their research. I love macarons. That's in. Oh yes, Zhao, you love macarons too. Yay, we've got a party going on of macaron lovers.
Anyway, give these a try. Fresh out of the oven. There's 3 for each of us.
There's more of in that, I think.
Only 3?
Well, eating too many sweet treats might send all that sugar to your head. You wouldn't be able to think clearly about the case on a sugar rush, would you?
Tea is ready to be served as well. This is Demoiselle's favorite. Strong black tea with a floral fragrance that clears the mind and lifts the spirit.
I've never actually had tea before, so I have no clue if it's actually any good and if I would like that, but I like that it's floral. Anyway, why don't you take a break as well? Have a few yourself. I think there's enough.
No need for concern. I'm merely doing as I should.
All right then. Down to business. As Paimon mentioned previously, the tunnel seems to be something of a secret chamber. However, we can assume that Lyney and Lynette were not alone within it. Some criminal also occupied its sealed confines. The magician twins could have committed the crimes, of course, but they lack any logical motive.
Exactly! Why would they do such a thing right when everyone was watching?
So apart from the twins, we're left with 2 other people, the missing girl and the deceased.
The flower vase and the thud we heard during the performance could indicate some altercation between Halsey and the criminal in the tunnel, resulting in the shattering of the vase, the discarding of her clothes, and her abduction. Perhaps the criminal thought that since she was chosen from the crowd, she would be too easy to identify if she was still wearing the same clothes.
Paimon thinks that makes sense, but the real trouble is...
There's no evidence that this third person even exists. Besides, how can you get someone how can you change someone's clothes within 60 seconds?
True. None of the clues we found thus far support the existence of this third person. But the only people left to consider are both technically victims, whether it's the missing girl, Halsey, or poor Cowl.
Wait, what do you... Oh, same brain. Never mind, I was gonna say something stupid.
Huh. Could Halsey have secretly made modifications to the magic props in order to murder Cowl before making her escape?
But she had no way of knowing how the magic trick worked.
That's right. And even if she had tampered with the setup, she would need to understand the entire trick to pull it off. Nor does she have any motive. The guard said that she has never had any dealings with the Magic Troop's members.
Were we not thorough enough in our search? From the sound of things, this is turning into an impossible case. Your macarons are amazing though, Navia. They smell great! They're nice and crisp and super sweet.
They are my specialty after all. And I see you've already had 5 of them.
That was free for each.
What? 5? Oh, that can't be right. Paimon only counted 3, honest.
Please don't worry about it. At my age, a few less sweets might actually be a good thing.
I know that feeling. I may not be very old, but still, at all. But still, it's just like, maybe I shouldn't have that sugar.
No. Being greedy is one thing, but Paimon knows how to count. Besides, Paimon knows that if she ate too many, then others wouldn't have enough.
It's fine. If you ate them, you ate them.
Wait, even you don't believe Paimon? How could you?
Paimon, it's fine. You already ate them. You can't do anything about it.
If Paimon ate those 2 extra macarons, then may they turn into stone in her stomach.
Paimon, you obviously did eat it.
we get it. Well, I suppose one of us might have gotten too engrossed in our chat and eaten them by mistake. No big deal. Malus, set up the stove again if you would.
Huh? What are you doing?
Making sure everyone gets 3 macarons, of course.
Oh, there's really no need to do that.
Exactly. We don't want to trouble you.
As you wish, demoiselle.
And I have the egg, sugar, and almonds.
Well, this really is your hobby, huh?
Well, that's it for snack time. I'm going to have another look around the area. I don't know what we're looking for yet, but we've still got some time. As attorneys, I suggest the two of you think the case over again.
I'll try my best.
It would be awkward if you got all tongue-tied on stage during the trial.
Alright, thanks for your help, and for the snacks.
It was nothing. A small task for the Spina di Rosula. Silver, Malus, it's time to go.
See you, cool cats.
I'll be back if I find anything new.
Probability of third person being involved. Neither Cal nor Halsey had a motive, but after having talked to Navia, the likelihood of a third person being involved seems very low too. Wait.
It's time to put our heads together. We've got to get our defense ready for the trial.
Wait until the trial.
Oh, it's probably gonna be a long and difficult case.
Yeah.
There's no point in worrying about that now. We just need to prepare.
Yeah.
Here, take Paimon's notes. They should help you review the situation.
I already looked at them. Why do I have mail? Oh, right. Wait, I got recipes? What? Fruity Duet and... I don't know why I decided to look at my mail, but just... That's interesting. Didn't realize I got something... Some recipes. Yeah, Osmanthus wine, whatever. Thank you, Zhongli. I love you. I love you, Keith. I love you, Zhongli. I love you, but please, I need to think about this case. Okay. I'm still doing the same quest, right? Yes, Act 1. Is there any new hints, maybe? Because I could use them.
Whoever the why would it be? There was no third person. And Paimon didn't eat more than 3 macarons either.
I don't know what we're gonna do.
Are made for transferring commodities back and forth.
8 to 10 next day. I got it. Chat, what are we gonna do? We do not have enough clues.
And those that come across Leo.
How are we gonna defend Lyney?
Osmanthus wine tastes the same.
We have little or no chance.
What do we do? The whole situation is so confusing.
I do have some thoughts, but let's take things step by step.
Good plan. Impossible things don't just happen. We'll get to the truth one way or another.
Who ate Paimon's macarons? I think she ate the macarons. Like, I love Paimon, but she obviously ate too many. Anyway, we need to save Lyney from Furina. Exactly.
Just relax. Even if everyone else suspects Lyney and Lynette, at least we will be supporting them from the stands. Besides, I doubt Furina understands any more about what happened than we do.
Thanks, Navia. Well, we'll be going then.
Best of luck to you.
Thank you, we'll need it.
Ah, finally, you're back. Well, how did your investigation go?
Not very well.
To be honest, you might be disappointed.
No. We're already very grateful that you were willing to help.
Well now, don't you all look disappointed? Don't tell me that your investigation came up empty-handed.
Shut your mouth, you brat.
That was to be expected, of course. The guilty can never produce proof of their innocence.
Don't get me wrong. I like her as a character in the sense that she is over the top, she's funny in a kind of weird way. But just, if she makes me want to smack her.
But don't let that stop you. I shall be terribly disappointed should you, my most anticipated foe, concede so easily.
Just you wait.
Since both parties are present, I declare that the trial regarding the magic show incident is now in session. Firstly, in order for the audience to understand the causes and results of the incident, could we please have Mr. Lyney explain the trick?
Yes, of course. I will explain while Lynette demonstrates on stage. All the necessary items have been prepared.
Thank you, Mr. Lyney. In that case, I take your statement to be that you ran to and remained hidden within the magic box in the audience stands once the trick began, and thus could not have committed the crime. Is this correct?
Correct. I'm guessing.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
In that case, I call upon the prosecution. Lady Furina, do you wish to refute his statement in any way?
Why, of course I do. Allow me to take the first shot and break this case wide open. Mr. Lyney is clearly lying.
She is going up against us? She's the prosecutor? You're kidding me. Whatever. She's like our Franziska von Karma, kind of. She just gives me those vibes easily.
There is no way you could have been in the box the whole time if you were to abduct Halsey and murder Cowell. In fact, I'd say you were hardly in that tunnel at all.
That is simply your hypothesis based on the presumption that I'm guilty.
Oh, is that so? And if I may ask, what did you hear while you were inside your box?
What was that Photoshop transition? Or not Photoshop, the PowerPoint transition. Kinda cool, actually.
The roaring countdown of the crowd, of course. That's how I kept track of the time and built anticipation for the finale.
And you didn't hear anything else at all? Nothing that might leave an impression of any kind?
Maybe the thump, but if... I want to know if he heard it or not.
No, nothing.
I see. But when the count reached 30 seconds or so, there was a thud. One so loud that I believe practically everyone heard it.
Huh?
How did he not hear it?
Hey, hang on. Something's not right here.
How could Lyney not know about that sound? Almost everyone in the entire place noticed it, so he should have heard it if he was either running through the tunnel or in the box at the other end.
Yeah, I'm sure he could have heard a noise that loud from inside the box.
I was right by the box and I definitely heard the thud.
Look at those scales. Could those mean...
They probably represent the Oratrice's stand on the trial.
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to use the words of the magician himself. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. Indeed, it seems his alibi can also collapse in the blink of an eye.
Woman, shut up. And how does that make his alibi collapse? I don't get it.
Of course, I have armed myself to do far more than smash your alibi. Confidence cannot go unfounded, and my foundations are rock solid. Tell me, aren't you and Lynette actually from the House of the Hearth?
I knew it! They had to be!
The House of the Hearth?
They're Fatui?
No wonder they did something like this.
Look, not everyone can be bad. But I knew it!
So the serial disappearances were the Fatui's doing. Now it all makes sense.
I've got a feeling that what happened on stage probably wasn't just an accident.
Okay, even if they were House of Hearth, what would be the motive behind just a few random females' disappearances? Or whatever, or just like one random murder? We'd actually need to know a reason why.
That's irrelevant. Our identities have nothing to do with what happened.
Indeed. Then perhaps you could tell us everything that happened during that 1 minute. Your first priority is to prove yourself innocent after all. I'm sure there is little that needs to be kept secret now. Unless your script already has holes in it. The Outlander is speechless. My, oh my, don't they look flabbergasted? Now comes the infighting and discord, I suppose. This was almost too easy.
Was that one of those, like, you're partying inside, but you're keeping a cool face on the outside? Was that their way of showing it? They're just orphans? Yeah, like, they could be working for the Fatui, but at the same time, you need to actually have a reason for why they did it. Just because they're working with the Fatui doesn't mean that everything they've done is bad. You actually, even if they're part of a known criminal organization, you actually have to judge on if they've actually committed a crime basis. Because if they haven't actually committed a crime within that organization, you can't just arrest someone for just being part of the organization. If they themselves have done nothing to support or do anything, they can't be tried.
Oh, good thing I made all those preparations. Seems the all-nighter I pulled last night is really paying off.
Hey, Lyney, why didn't you tell us this before?
Lyney and Lynette are Fatui.
Order! Order! Mr. Lyney, allow me to re-establish the facts. Lady Furina has raised 2 points. First, when the thud was heard in the Opera House, you were neither in the box nor the tunnel. Second, you and Ms. Lynette are both members of the House of the Hearth. Are these claims true?
There's no doubt about a magician's ability to con others. Given how Lyney has concealed his identity, this could have all been set up beforehand. Plus, Child is here in Fontaine along with other house operatives. There must be some scheme at work here. I don't even know what to think. Even Child is okay right now. He's at least not committed any crimes in this nation. While he could easily be judged in Liyue for crimes against them, he's committed you can't be tried on crimes from, just like in real life, you cannot really be tried in one country for crimes in another unless somehow the two places have come in what you call it, collaboration, I guess you could say, or one has, come over to take someone and they're trying them there for convenience. But I've been a victim of such schemes before, and now...
Please answer my question, Mr. Lyney.
I'm sorry. Yes, they're true, Your Honor.
I knew it!
Well, that's it. We might as well move on to the sentencing already.
Hold on. Good lord.
What should we do now?
Permission to speak, Your Honor.
Granted.
My client has withheld some key information. My defense cannot proceed.
In that case, what is your request?
I request a brief adjournment. There are some things that must be discussed.
Is that really necessary? They're already as good as guilty.
Oh, good lord. This is the problem with people. You aren't the jury. You don't get a say, dimwits.
The defendant deceived their own attorneys. What is there left to discuss?
Order! Order, I say! Your request is reasonable, and we shall adjourn. This trial will reconvene in 1 hour.
So you would stick to Mr. Lyney's defense even after knowing what you do now? You certainly have more professionalism than I thought. In that case, my dear audience, let's allow the joy of victory to steep for a little while longer.
Shut your mouth. This woman getting on my bad side.
Well, this is awkward. I didn't think the Hydro Archon would dig all that up.
You need to tell your attorney every single piece of dirt that could be used against you in this case. With your attorney being me, you should have told me!
I'm sorry, Traveler and Paimon.
Yeah, sorry.
Paimon doesn't know where to start. We trusted you two.
While I want him to be innocent, I don't like... You two are on my bad side, as well as Furina now. Until you prove your innocence, as well as realize that you could royally mess yourselves up with this stupid blunder of yours, you're all on my bad side. Anyway.
We based our entire reasoning on the assumption that you weren't bad guys.
The trial ain't even done yet, lady. How'd Furina even know anyway? Well, she does have plenty of informants, obviously, proved by whenever we came to Fontaine. So she possibly could have overheard something, or maybe, I don't know. Oh, maybe that's why Child came. Maybe, or, well, no, that couldn't be. That would mean this would have been planned way in advance. Hold up. Furina, did you orchestrate this whole crud? This whole thing maybe is an act that has been put on to give energy to this stupid place, maybe? I don't know. Maybe that's far-fetched, but maybe, just maybe, this whole thing could be orchestrated. Not just by a criminal, but by Furina herself.
Not to set the wrong tone or anything, but Paimon's really mad!
I'm very sorry. I know you're angry, and reasonably so, but please, let me explain. I know you've clashed with the Vitui several times before. I wouldn't be surprised if just hearing the word is enough to make you upset. But our organization is very, very large, and the Harbingers have very different personalities and goals.
Right now, we want to save people. As many as we can.
That's right. I'm sure we're on the same page when it comes to this nation and the disaster that its people might face. I knew if it weren't for our respective identities, we could become good friends. That's why I didn't wish to flat out lie to you, but chose to hide some details instead. The truth is very important, but being completely transparent about everything would see us spending more effort than we need to.
But how can we know this isn't all just another lie because you withheld this? What else are you withholding?
Right. So, you be the judge. Heck, if I were you, I fear that I'd even struggle to trust me at this point. You met a Fatus who works as a magician, a trickster by trade. All by coincidence, too. But still, I'm asking you to trust me. I am no criminal. At least, not in this case.
Sorry. Please forgive us.
Well, you both say that, but...
Explain the other issue first. Where did you actually go while the trick was being performed?
Right. Let's hear your answer first, and no lies now!
Of course. I'll answer any question you ask. We've been trying to find out how the Oratrice operates. We want to know why it has a consciousness. Why can it deliver sentences accurately? During our investigations, we learned that the machine's core is beneath it. From that moment on, Lynette and I have been designing this box swap trick, with the objective of getting close to the core.
Is that why you needed a whole minute?
That's right. In truth, the audience would take about 75 seconds to count down from 60, while I would only need 15 to get to the opposite box. So, after jumping into the tunnel, I accessed the Opera House basement via the vent, and went to investigate the room in which the core is stored.
So that vent did have a reason. But can we even use this as evidence? Because otherwise then you would probably be put under trial for that. I guess that would be a lot less bad than murder and kidnapping, but still.
That air vent was created during the construction of the tunnel specifically to execute this step.
What did you find?
Well, nothing. As soon as I reached that room and was about to investigate, I heard someone's voice. Which should have been impossible, of course. I was quite certain that I was the only one in the room. That voice seemed to recognize me and tried to speak to me. I chose to err on the side of caution and retreated the way I came. On the way back, I saw the broken vase and the clothes on the ground, but the countdown was almost finished, so there wasn't time to give it any thought. After that, the homicide occurred just as you saw.
Well, that explains why you didn't hear the thud.
But why do you want to understand how the Oratrice operates?
Because of that prophecy I told you about, of course. We must know all we can about this nation's secrets in order to deal with that prophesized crisis.
That's the only way we can save everyone.
So, there you have it. The whole truth. I swear, I didn't hide anything from you this time. It was never my wish to proceed under this cloud of mistrust either. But, like I said earlier, you can be the judge. If you want to leave because you don't trust the Fatui, there's nothing I can do to stop you.
Well, Traveler, you decide. Paimon will follow your lead however you choose.
I believe in the facts. I will defend you from these charges. I believe that judgment should and will be dispensed as it should.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for giving us a chance.
The current problem is that the scales are tipped pretty badly against you two. If we want to refute the Hydro Archon's accusations, we're gonna need a seriously watertight defense.
Actually, we already have the key evidence we need.
Huh?
The adjournment's almost over. Let's go back.
Oh, Paimon thinks she gets what you mean.
Lyney claims that he headed to the chamber containing the Oratrice core upon entering the tunnel, and did not witness the crime taking place, and thus did not hear the FUD. The voice in the Oratrice core chamber. Lyney claims to have heard a mysterious voice within the chamber that houses the Oratrice core, within the Opera House's underground structures. How are we gonna solve continue the trial, because I need to get this over with so that my sanity can come back to 100%, or at least close.
Both parties have returned to their positions. Let us continue the trial. When last we left off, Mr. Lyney acknowledged the new evidence presented by Lady Furina as fact. Therefore, Lady Furina may continue stating her reconstruction of the events.
That took long enough. Now then, if everyone would lend me their attention. At this stage, let's revisit that scene from Lyney's perspective.
Based on the opposition's account of the events, you can identify loopholes in their statement. Use evidence includes obtained during the investigation to refute any erroneous assertions of fact and replace them with new inferences. Use your refutations to convince the audience and obtain more support from the people. The Oratrice will display such shifts clearly. When you find and refute all incorrect content, you can complete the cycle of refutation and unveil the truth.
As the countdown began, he entered the tunnel.
This is cool. I hope they don't just leave this in this one quest and that's it, because this is enjoyable, solving a mystery. I hope we have more mysteries to solve like this.
When the flatbed trolley passed, he opened the box and got into an altercation with Halsey, which caused the loud thud. He did not realize that the sound could be heard by everyone in the Opera House, which is why he claimed earlier that he could not hear the sound. Finally, he used the vase to knock her out, before making her change clothes to prevent others from recognizing her. At this time, Cowell arrived in the tunnel, having heard that strange noise, and caught Lyney red-handed. So Lyney proceeded to knock him out too before stuffing him into that box. Afterward, Lyney passed the unconscious Halsey to his accomplice through the magic box in the audience stands, before operating the devices such that Cowell's death would be ruled an accident.
Well, how do we not find her?
Have it. That's the truth behind what happened.
Does the defendant's side have any objections to Lady Furina's description of the events?
Plenty.
The key to refuting Lady Furina is the order of events. What Lyney experienced and what he saw.
Okay, I've got one idea already. Strange sound, like young lady's clothes. No one left the opera house during the magic show and after the incident. Yep, that's it.
Seems this won't produce a particularly effective rebuttal.
Okay, let's start with the beginning then. Lyney entered the tunnel as the countdown began. Okay, that's accurate. Halsey's fight. Can I say that it would do this to be like, say, Lyney must have been very confused? Okay, maybe that. No. Okay, I'm confused. I'm confuzzled. Okay. Well, that's accurate. Lyney entered the tunnel as the countdown began. Okay, there's no loopholes. There's no loopholes to find. The loud sound was from Lyney and Halsey's fight, but Lyney claimed that he heard nothing in order to cover up the truth. Okay, let's put the Oratrice core here.
According to Lyney, he left via the vent after entering the tunnel. He couldn't have had that altercation with Halsey.
Okay, that's one thing. One loophole taken care of. So if he was in there... maybe the Oratrice core, the voice?
Lyney went to the room that contains the Oratrice's core. This is the actual truth.
Okay, so this is what we gotta do. Okay, we gotta realign the timeline of events. No. Gotta put something here. No. I guess nothing can be put there. Cal walked in and got knocked out. So what happened next was he saw, like, the dress?
Lyney did not take part in the underground altercation. He only witnessed traces of the aftermath.
Attention! Ace Detective Paimon has something to say! When the countdown started, Lyney did indeed go into the tunnel. But he immediately used a vent to access the Opera House basement, which is where the underground core of the Oratrice is stored. Once he reached that area, he heard a voice in what should have been an empty room. Since he felt something was amiss, he returned immediately. The crime scene had already developed by the time he reached the tunnel again, and in order to complete the magic trick, he did not remain there for any length of time.
While this is a new timeline of events that is what is supposedly accurate from what Lyney has said, this doesn't refute anything. This has no proof. No, this is all just based on what he has said. There is zero proof currently that this is how it happened.
Finally, he reached the surface, and that was when the accident happened from his point of view. Therefore, he's innocent.
Therefore, he's innocent. We have no proof that he's innocent. Paimon! You did very well, Paimon, but we have zero proof!
In other words, you believe that he knew nothing of the incident?
That's right!
Moreover, I believe my opposition's reasoning is flawed.
My reasoning?
The onstage equipment was clearly tampered with in a premeditated fashion. However, you say that Cowl bumped into Lyney by chance.
If that's the case, then if Cowl hadn't entered the tunnel, who was the entire setup meant to kill? Assuming that what you say is true, Lyney only needed to kidnap the young girl to cause a new disappearance case. What would the point of killing someone on stage be?
Exactly. You could have had someone take the place of her if this was already all premeditated. Put them in place and nobody would know that she was gone. Or just have him disappear alongside the girl.
Oh, they have a point.
That's right, you tell them! And that's why they're partners of mine. They've managed to turn things around.
Oh, well, your denial is very strident, I'll give you that. But what proof do you have to back your claims?
Do you happen to remember how you refuted Lyney's alibi initially?
Of course I do. If he had been in the magic box the whole time, how could he have not heard that sound? Why do you ask? You're saying that he wasn't.
Why does it have a magnifying glass next to each one? Whatever. Your claim has now become my weapon. So I need to present evidence? Oh, this is Ace Attorney. Oh, gosh. Irrelevant, irrelevant, irrelevant. Okay, so it has to be between those three things. Okay. Halsey's a missing person. She's a famous painter and came back to watch a magic show. Which is it? I'm guessing it's the sound. I'm going for it.
That's right! Lyney wasn't in the box or in the tunnel. That's why he didn't hear anything strange during the performance. This means that when the crime happened, Lyney had already entered the basement via the vent. The same clue you used to disprove his alibi has now become the best proof! Ha ha! How do you like that?
Well played.
To think you'd use such logic. Well then, if it wasn't Lyney who committed the crimes, then who was it?
The murderer was... Do we actually know who it is? Do we actually know who it is? Because I have no clue. Select the gear icons in the interface to check the corresponding case questions. Select answers and fill all the empty gears to verify the correctness of your deduction. If you have made mistakes, you must make another selection from the remaining options. Once you have answered all the questions correctly, you can complete this logic chain. The guard's investigation report indicates that the fireworks released near the end of the show ignited and burned through the rope suspending the water tank above the stage. This caused the water tank to fall and kill Cal in the box below. If Lyney is no longer under suspicion, only the other members of the troupe would have been able to tamper with the props. Lyney gave a detailed account of how the trick was supposed to work. By using a box inside the box, the idea was for the box containing the audience member to be transported across via a tunnel underneath, and Lyney himself would also use this tunnel to get to the other side. Having changed her outfit, Lynette and her assistant would take charge of onstage interactions. The clothes belonging to Halsey, the lady who went missing, were found in the tunnel. The reason for this remains unknown.
The deceased's name is Cowl, Lyney's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment.
But he's the one who died!
Halsey is the missing person and an ordinary audience member. Or did she have her own scheme all along? Could there have been a third person involved? Is that really a possibility?
I don't know which one it is. Either
Halsey is the missing person and an ordinary audience.
Either she's the murderer, and she pushed him in, and she escaped on her own volition, and it was to make the twins look bad. Or Halsey accidentally died in the process of committing the whole kidnapping. I'm gonna go with her because that makes more sense. No.
The deceased's name is Cowl.
Maybe him. Had to be him, I guess. Hypothesis correct. I don't know how, but I guess it's him.
That can't be right. Are you serious? The killer was, in fact, Cowl, the deceased!
Oh, is that so? How interesting! Let's hear your reasoning then.
What I must do next is recreate the truth. What Cowl did, and how he went from would-be perpetrator to victim.
Oh gosh. How can we envisage Lyney as having been unable to interfere with the crime?
No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances. So, where would the criminal have wanted to take Halsey?
Okay, I think that's accurate, because they were trying to kill her.
The deceased's name is Cowl, Lyney's assistant. It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely have bumped into Lyney as well.
Can't be possible for that.
Lyney was not in the tunnel at that. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. So, there must have been some fear that she would attract attention.
I have no clue where this is going, but I'm just gonna select the FUD and...
The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal.
Hypothesis incorrect, so... Okay, thank you for at least taking one off the shelf, but what am I supposed to do? I just have to figure out which one is not...
It would have been tough for both people to... No one entered or left the opera. The deceased's name is Cowl, Lyney's assistant. The sound we heard may have come... The deceased's name is...
No, what am I supposed to be doing here?
The deceased's name is Cowl, Lyney's... Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. No one entered or left the opera.
I am just guessing at this point.
Was not in the tunnel.
What am I supposed to be doing? Guys, the question's at the top. How can we envisage Lyney as having been unable to interfere with the crime? Oh, we're supposed to be picking why he couldn't have done it.
Lyney was not in the tunnel at that. It would have been tough for both people. The deceased's name is Cowl, Lyney's assistant. He would have been...
Oh wait, no, stop.
Lyney was not in
Can we take these off?
It would have been tough for both people to... Lyney was not in the tunnel at...
Okay, so how can it prove if there was an altercation in the tunnel? Okay, so each one has their own separate question. I am so sorry, I missed that each one had their own separate question. How can we envisage Lyney as having been unable to interfere with the crime?
Lyney was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time. It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely have bumped into Lyney as well. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the
So the clash is the sound, obviously. How can we envisage Lyney as having been able to interfere with the crime?
Lyney was not in the tunnel at that moment.
Or wait.
Lyney was not in the tunnel at... Halsey's clothing
No.
was in the...
Oh, okay. And this one. Where did the missing Halsey go? she was disguised as someone else. Who is the prime suspect currently?
The deceased's name is Cowl.
No? Okay, hey, I got everything except for that. Where did the missing Halsey go?
It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely... No one entered or left the opera house.
So I guess the vent, I don't know what that means, but okay. No? The criminal must have understood the methods behind Lyney's magic trick and must have been in position to easily modify the equipment. Leaving aside how he died, Cowl had all the means to commit the crime at his disposal. The strange noise could likely have been a sound of Cowl and Halsey struggling. Lyney was not in the tunnel for 1 minute. This would have given time for Cowl to bring Halsey out of the magic box in the audience stands. But according to the guard's testimony, no one entered or left the opera house, so even if he had taken her, there would be no means of exiting. Exiting from the box would have been in full view of the audience, pretty much guaranteeing that they would be discovered.
What's wrong, Traveler? Are you still having trouble figuring things out?
Where in the world would Halsey go?
I see how it is. So this was all just a bluff. And here I thought you had something to show for it. But it seems you're still far from the truth.
We still need we need a breakthrough somehow.
Look, since we're at a dead end, why not consider a different track? Just like the trick as it transpired, the end result must have been utterly different from the magician's initial design.
True.
If only we knew how Halsey disappeared.
Well, that would be nice, but the tunnel only has 3 exits, and none of them seem very likely. And it's not like this is a magic trick where you can just make a real live person disappear. You know, like you did from that water tank, Lynette.
Magic. Escaping from the water tank. Wait, could it have been the water?
Excuse my interruption, dear opponents, but do you not see that the crowd is growing impatient? There is no greater sin in this opera house than an awkward delay in the performance.
Shut your mouth, it shouldn't be a performance.
If the defense is unable to make further effective arguments, we will move on to the next stage of the trial.
Hold on a second.
Lyney was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. The deceased's name is Cowl, Lyney's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment.
Where did the missing Halsey go?
The vase was not broken by chance. It was used to cover important evidence. The water.
I don't know what that means, but let's find out.
Paimon gets it! It all comes together if Halsey disappeared instead of being kidnapped. Lynette escaped from the water tank, vanishing gradually and leaving only clothes behind. If there's a similar method where a person could be transformed into water...
Oh, just a moment, please. I do hope you know how preposterous you sound at the moment.
This is a magic show, hon. There's gonna be lots of deception.
How could a person ever be transformed into water? This is reality we're talking about here, not some magic trick.
I agree, Zhao. Shut up. We're thinking. I request that we examine Cowl's personal effects. We might find something there.
Must we really? I should think that of anyone. Your friend Lyney already knows this truth very well. Magic tricks are ultimately just illusions and misdirection. But Halsey's disappearance is very real. We're talking about 2 completely different things.
Even so, I trust the Traveler's judgment. The truth must be out there somewhere. Perhaps some new line of reasoning may open if we try to gather all the focal points that don't make sense. Since Cal was the deceased, we haven't placed much attention on him. But given that we aren't making much progress with the case, it wouldn't hurt to have a look at his belongings, would it?
People really do come up with all sorts of harebrained schemes when at the end of their rope. The way I see it, your suggestion that we broaden the scope of our investigation is nothing but a tactic for stalling the trial.
Woman, shut your mouth.
Nevertheless, I believe that this is a reasonable request on the part of an attorney. Since the trial does indeed appear to be at an impasse, I believe that additional evidence may help us make more progress.
See? A voice of reason. Thank you, Neuvillette. Thank you, Neuvillette. I don't know how to pronounce it perfectly, but I'll figure it out later. Mwah. Love you.
Guards, please step into the lounge and examine the personal effects of the deceased, Cowell.
We are still examining the items, but we have already made critical progress that we feel must be shared with everyone post-haste.
Oh, this is her gumshoe. Hello.
We discovered several test tubes of fluid within Cowell's baggage, each labeled separately. The notebook in his backpack claims that these fluids are water from the primordial sea.
The primordial sea?
The note's contents also indicate that Cowell belonged to an organization that sells illegal drugs and that he had an accomplice.
Interesting.
The notebook has many entries concerning safe usage of these fluids, in which the keyword dissolve appears many times.
Ha! Eat that, Furina.
One of these tubes was labeled Opera Epiclese, along with yesterday's date. It is empty. The notes also state that these dissolution properties work exclusively on people from Fontaine. It's likely that Halsey was chosen as some sort of test subject.
So, she has literally disappeared to thin air, so we have 2 deaths, or what? Operas and trials are completely different things, too, so, exactly.
As such, we believe that the defense's hypothesis is, in fact, supported by sufficient evidence.
You've got to be kidding! People dissolving into water?
Could something so ridiculous actually be true?
Wait a moment. This reminds me of a certain prophecy, but it's just a coincidence, isn't it?
Huh. If people can become water, does that mean that the water tank's real use was as a means to hide water stains? And if Cowell was targeting that girl... Wait just a minute. Could that mean... You two, with me, quick!
Demoiselle, wait! What about your partners?
Let's go. Just trust me.
Order! Order! It is undeniable that further examination of the deceased's personal effects has yielded some surprising results, but we cannot yet verify the veracity of these clues. Still, let us assume that these clues are indeed authentic, albeit with the understanding that Ms. Halsey has yet to be found. Guards, please continue examining the items along these lines. Mr. Lyney, it appears your hypothesis is supported by the evidence, so please continue speaking.
Of course. Thank you, Your Honor. If we uphold this hypothesis, I believe that many of this case's seemingly unrelated clues can be connected together.
Right! Like the metal hook! That one didn't make sense at all. Let's think about this. Cowell's methods must have something to do with that water from the primordial sea.
Has to be, but what? Water from the primordial sea. The liquid and guards found in Cowell's luggage seems to have the ability to dissolve Fontainians into water. What? Okay, who is the prime suspect?
The deceased's name is Cowell, Lyney's assistant.
Yeah, Cowell is their suspect. What item did the culprit use to control the timing of dissolution?
The water from the primordial sea.
What item did the culprit use to dissolve Halsey? Oh, never mind.
The water from the primordial sea should already...
What item did the culprit use to control the timing of the dissolution?
Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick, but was instead some form of triggering mechanism.
I think I'll switch that. What item did the culprit use to hide the mechanism behind the crime?
The water from the primordial sea.
What item did the culprit use to dissolve Okay, I'm switching these up way too much. What item did the culprit use to hide the mechanism behind the crime?
Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick, but was instead some form of triggering
I feel like that. The burnt rope, and then that.
From the primordials.
Okay, the rope's the only thing I've got wrong.
Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. Did she have something to do with this? I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that box.
Maybe that. I knew it. Still don't know exactly what everything means, but we've got at least this far.
It's Ace Detective Paimon's time to shine again! In the original plan, Cowl would tamper with the water tank rope and the number selector securing his target. When the magic box containing Halsey was lowered, the metal hook would retract gradually and pierce the balloon at the top of the box.
Huh?
When the balloon attached to the box popped, the water from the primordial seed inside it would pour down and dissolve Halsey. Afterward, Cowl would enter the tunnel and break the flower vase to conceal the water inside the tunnel, with the remaining evidence being covered up by the water tank on stage.
What? That's crazy.
But he encountered something unexpected in the tunnel, and wound up being fatally hit by the same water tank he meant to use to cover his tracks.
What did he find unexpectedly?
Huh. That does make sense.
That actually links together a lot of the more confusing pieces of evidence.
I'm still confused, but I'll take it, I guess.
Oh dear, what do I do? Even I think they sound convincing now. Have I falsely accused an innocent person? What a humiliation.
Now, it seems like the only point of contention remaining is the exact circumstances that led to Cowl's death. His notes mentioned he had an accomplice who could be related to the situation.
Why do I think it's gonna be Lynette?
On that note, the guards have just contacted me indicating that they uncovered new evidence. I shall now invite him on stage to share it with us.
Thank you, Your Honor. We were just inspecting the luggage of the other people involved in this case. And we found an identical sample of the water from the primordial sea among Lyney's personal effects.
Dang it!
What?
That can't be.
Could easily have been planted.
Oh, I see. Well, how wonderfully comedic to have your own counterattack only to come back and wound you. Does this not clear all doubt? My dear citizens, my loyal audience, allow me to present my reasoning and bring this performance to a swift close.
Never one of these.
Lyney did not need to take part in the dissolution of the young woman at all. Indeed, he did leave the scene via the vent. Having made modifications to the props beforehand, his accomplice Cowl then caused Halsey to vanish using the water from the primordial sea. But upon his return, in cruel avarice, Lyney desired sole credit and prepared to do away with his partner in crime. Ultimately, he knocked Cowl out, and the tool meant to cover the crime up also became a murder weapon. Now, as much as I regret having come to such a viciously straightforward conclusion, it does seem that the famed Fatui is quite the cold-blooded and ruthless organization.
Shut your mouth, woman. This is definitely not how it happened. Beginning and end are obviously...
Mr. Lyney.
We've used up all the evidence we collected. There's no way for us to make a rebuttal here. Is this the end of the road?
Can't be.
Oh no. Paimon can't think of anything either. It doesn't look like there's any way around this.
Crud.
Seems using the water as new evidence was too good a move.
seen enough now, and we have ample witnesses to my flawless reasoning. I believe this is indeed the finale. Now then, my good, noble Chief Justice, should we not, in your view, move...
Excuse me, everyone, but I must interject.
Miss, I must ask you not to shout, and to respect the ongoing legal proceedings.
Oh, come on. Don't be hasty. I have a good reason for interrupting, you know. Now, would anyone here like to take a little break from all this debate and see a little magic? I'll show you an amazing trick. One that can bring a young woman who has disappeared back in the flesh, right before your very eyes. Please, do the honors, Mr. Lyney, if you would be so kind.
What?
What in the world is she saying?
No offense, miss, but miracles like that are beyond my scope as a magician.
Come on now, don't be silly. Magic is all about misdirection, isn't it? It often conceals the truth while presenting a fascinating illusion. But once everyone believes the illusion, can't magic reveal the truth to them once again? And wouldn't such a trick be the most marvelous finale to today's performance? Come on, Lyney and Lynette. Give it another go. Don't worry. Spina di Rasula has made the necessary arrangements on your behalf. But, as the magic makers and stars of the show, I think I should leave the final performance to you.
What?
I understand.
And voila.
Sorry for the interruption.
What? Was she just stuck in the box or something? What? This whole time? She's been there for an entire day if she was.
Wait, isn't that Halsey? So the whole thing about people dissolving wasn't true after all?
To be clear, I'm only here because this person told me that if I testified, the merit of doing so would lessen my sentence.
She's the girl who stole, wasn't it, earlier?
I was hiding outside this room listening to the proceedings because I was afraid that I would be the one put on trial. I was just feeling happy that no one had noticed me, and then before I knew it, she caught me.
That'll teach you to underestimate us three.
Where should I begin? I'm sorry. I'm the one who killed Cowl. I admit it.
What?
What? Why?
Firstly, my name isn't Halsey. It's Lillian, and I'm originally from Mondstadt. I heard that Lyney's show was gonna be a real thriller, but I missed the chance to buy a ticket, so I stole one. That's how I make a living. I steal stuff here and there. And I'd never been caught before.
You were the girl from before.
But I was noticed at the harbor a few days ago, and I barely got away. Lyney was the one who caught me in the act.
Hey, no wonder you look familiar. So you were the thief. Lyney even mentioned that you were pretty skilled.
Well, and I thought that would have been the end of it, but then the number selector chose me. He even mentioned the Fortress of Meripede. That's a prison, isn't it? So you can imagine how shocked I was. I thought he was on to me for sure. So I played along with the show while looking for an opening to flee, but then I got water poured on me for no reason, and then someone jumped into the tunnel to nab me. I wasn't going to take that lying down, so I knocked him out and stuffed him into the box. There was nowhere to run from there, though, so I had to change my clothes and hide in a box containing performance costumes.
So, it was Cowl, and he was up to something to make someone disappear and pin it on Lyney.
I slipped out after the first guard arrived at the scene and continued hiding inside the opera house.
Can a person even hide in there?
If they're practiced hand at concealment, probably.
But I swear, I didn't know that the water tank would fall down. Really, I swear it. Had I known that, I wouldn't have put him in the magic box. I may be a thief, but I'm no killer.
Well, that makes everything pretty clear now, doesn't it?
Yeah, now it's time to refute the Hydro Archon's previous reasoning.
This time, We need to tell the entire story from Lillian's perspective.
Okay, so... Okay, so... They did try to soak her, but...
The strange sound wasn't from a fight. It was Lillian's attempt to break out when she was frightened.
No, water.
The flower vase was not broken to cover anything up, but was smashed during the struggle between Lillian and Cowell. Lillian was afraid that she would be recognized if she left, so she changed clothes and hid, biding her time. Just what one might expect of an experienced thief.
Nice.
It's Detective Paimon time! Having been selected out of the blue, Lillian panicked. Her panic only intensified after she entered the tunnel and had water poured on her head. So she kicked the door open, producing the thud we all heard. Hearing the commotion, Cowell leapt into the tunnel, only to discover that Lillian had not dissolved. He did not know that Lillian was not from Fontaine, but was a thief who made her way in by stealing a ticket. Mistakenly believing that the water from the primordial sea needed time to take effect, he tried to force Lillian back into the box. The two broke the flower vase during the struggle, but Lillian came out on top, knocking Cowell out and putting him in the box. With no way of escaping, she changed her clothes and hid in the costume trunk until the performance ended.
That's how Lyney didn't find her.
She knew that she would have to go through guard inspection if she tried to leave afterward. So, she has been trapped in the Opera House these last 2 days.
She had already become desperately hungry by the time we were chatting over macarons. So, she swiped 2 of them right under our noses. Talk about a sneaky thief.
How did she sneak them away right under their noses while everyone was watching? What?
At this point, all the events that happened in the tunnel have now come to light.
Ah, so that's the whole story. Bravo! Bravo!
Now then, Lady Furina, do you wish to speak against the defense's statements?
You better not, Missy.
Please answer the question, Lady Furina. Also, if I may add, the trial has not yet ended. As such, I request that the prosecution not leave the room before the proceedings have concluded.
Was she just about to dip out?
What? Are you reading my mind now?
She was about to disappear because she was embarrassed.
No. I have no further arguments. I admit defeat. But really, could you at least have left me with some dignity?
Wow. Look at that. She's like a deflated balloon now.
Serves her right.
If there are no objections, then as the Chief Justice of Fontaine, I shall once again repeat the full sequence of events. The actual perpetrator of the serial disappearances, Cowell, selected his next victim from the audience reservation list. With some modifications to the selector, he could ensure that the pre-selected young woman would be chosen. To cover up any evidence while committing the deed, Cowell thought of allowing the water tank to fall, which would conceal the water left behind after the young woman was dissolved. He also tampered with the rope suspending the water tank, using the fireworks at the end of the performance to cause the tank to drop and hide the watermarks. He poured the water from the primordial sea into a balloon during the preparation of the magic box, and stuck it to the box's lid. Finally, he passed the prepared hook on a rope through the gap in the magic box's door when bringing the young woman to said box. When the magic trick officially began, the box containing the woman was lowered into the tunnel, tightening the hook rope and bursting the balloon containing the water. If all had gone to plan, the young woman would be dissolved at this time. However, Lillian was not from Fontaine, and thus fled the box with a loud noise. Realizing that there was trouble, Cowell entered the tunnel and met Lillian. Thinking that the waters had not yet taken effect, he decided to proceed. However, his opponent was more capable than he thought, and he was overcome, knocked unconscious, and placed into the magic box, and thus became his own final victim. Lillian, according to her own statements, then changed clothes and hid until the performance ended, before hiding in other parts of the opera house. As for Lyney, he was in the underground structures within the opera house, and was thus ignorant of these happenings.
We did it!
From this reconstruction of events, we can conclude that Lyney, the accused, is in fact innocent.
Yes! Still mad at you a little bit. A little bit mad. A little bit mad at you two for lying. But we at least got you innocent. Because I like justice. Justice is good.
While there is much in Lyney and Lillian's conduct that should still be investigated separately, this case, at least, can be handed over to the Oratrice to make the final decision. As such, Lyney and Lynette are officially declared not guilty.
What if that thing pumps out a wrongful guilty or not guilty at some point? That needs to happen at some point, I'm betting it. Have some tact, Paimon.
Great work, partners.
Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Let's not just celebrate yet.
Next, I think we deserve an explanation, Guard Vaughn. How did you find the water from the primordial sea in Lyney's baggage?
Oh, I just realized the guards planted it. The guards they wanted to get a guilty verdict. The guards planted it.
Right. Your discovery caused me to make a serious mistake, you know. Or was that not a discovery, but false evidence that you dare to bring before this court?
I suspect that the accomplice mentioned in Cowell's notes was not Lyney, but you, yes?
Oh, snap!
I'm sure you know what you must do to lessen your sentence.
Speak quickly! Unless you want to earn yourself a one-way ticket to Coupon Town.
Coupon Town? What's Coupon Town?
I was just following orders. We were supposed to place blame for the serial disappearances onto Lyney, and thus cause suspicion to fall on the Fatui. The higher-ups said this was the best opportunity to do so.
What? Oh. Deck with you.
And now that your plan has fallen through, and the secrets of the water have been revealed, you have become a liability to said higher-ups, yes? Therefore, you would be wise to tell everything you know, and seek the protection of the guards.
Yes, I'll tell you everything I know. Our boss discovered that the water can cause people to dissolve. It can also be made into a potion, which when extremely diluted, can cause people to experience unforgettable exhilaration. We've been in this business for a while now, and have made decent mora off it. The disappearances were also the boss's idea. I mean, this is the boss we're talking about. The...
Holy! He just got dissolved in front of us! He turned into water.
And now he can no longer talk.
How did that happen? How? How did they... He obviously did not want that to happen. He was willing to speak up. How did someone do that? Like, remotely. How?
Such ruthlessness. I shouldn't have expected any less of them.
Well, who's them?
An outrageous act. All present, please submit to inspection immediately.
We've got another case on us?
So, we're just going back now?
The problem seems to have been solved when we're not needed here anymore. Besides, there was no other evidence for who did what with that man.
That's true, but...
Traveler, Paimon, please wait.
What?
Lyney...
I know you may not want to speak to me right now. Maybe you don't even want to look at me. But still, let me thank you again for defending me to the end. Even after you learned that I'm a member of the Fatui.
I just didn't want to see anyone falsely accused. It's happened to me multiple times, so don't want it to happen to someone else.
I guess. But regardless, I'd like the opportunity to set things straight. I didn't approach you with any ulterior motives or ill intent. I've spoken to you as myself, just plain Lyney this entire time. As for why I'm a Fatus, it's because the goals of the House of the Hearth align with those of an orphan like me. That's all. That was how Father, who you might know as the Knave, approached recruiting us back then too.
Oh! So that's our Licino that they're referring to. Well, that's odd, but I guess that's what they refer to her as. That's like one of her titles, I guess.
A knave? The one who controls the House of the Hearth? She's your father?
Genshin is getting darker and darker by the minute. Absolutely. We've never really seen a death on screen, and we just got 2 in the first act.
That's right. And since we're here, I was wondering, would you mind hearing a story? It's about my past. Back when our parents first died, Lynette and I were left wandering the streets. To survive, I took to surreptitiously observing an older street performer who did magic. It took me several days to figure out how he pulled off his amazing tricks. I took my sister through several streets until we found a crowded corner, and we began to perform magic tricks there. To my surprise, we proved to be pretty popular, and we could at least stop worrying about where our next meal would come from for a time. But I didn't want my sister to remain a street rat together with me forever.
Aww.
Before long, an aristocrat came to me and claimed that he wished to take us in after watching my performances.
So you went from orphans to nobility just like that?
That was how we felt at first too. As if fate was on our side and we could say goodbye to those painful days.
I wonder who that was.
But I gradually discovered that while we were called foster children, he was really after my talent for magic tricks. He would constantly take me to all sorts of banquets to garner attention, which he would then use to expand his social circles.
That doesn't seem too bad either. Better than roaming the streets at any rate.
It took a while for me to realize just how dark his heart really was. After one particular performance at a banquet, I discovered that Lynette was not on the same return vehicle as me. I waited a long time after we returned home, but she did not come back. I went to that noble's bedroom and asked him about her whereabouts. The answer he gave me was, she caught the eye of the most eminent person at the banquet, so I sent her over as a gift. I mean, you'll be able to perform your magic regardless of who your assistant is, yes?
Good lord, they sold her? Okay, yeah, I thought you were right before. This is... Oh, whoa, yeah, ha. Hey, this ain't good.
Oh no. So he was gonna... But wouldn't Fontaine's laws deal with such people?
As far as outsiders are concerned, this is a relationship akin to adoption or foster care, and they have their ways of escaping the eye of the law.
So what happened after that?
I managed to ferret out the location of the mansion of that so-called eminent person, and hurried through the night. But by the time I leaped over the walls, avoided the guards, and made my way in, all I saw was the moonlit ground covered in blood, and the knave standing there in the darkness.
So, she'd already taken care of that guy.
That's right. She had rescued my sister before she could come to any harm, and had even discovered several girls hidden in a basement, all of them orphans.
Ew, 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 ew. I don't... Nope. 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 Girl? You need a hug? But, oh... Okay, maybe I'll actually end up siding with Arlecchino a little bit, because that man deserved it.
Father, I mean, the knave, might have seen something in me, and so she made me an offer. The House of the Hearth welcomes you, for your interests align with ours. Here, none will ever betray you. Indeed, betrayal shall never be permitted here. I was hesitant to trust her. I mean, I had just been betrayed by nobles. But she was also quick to destroy the noble who had taken us in at first, giving us back our freedom.
Oh, so that's how the two of you joined the House of the Hearth.
That's all in the past, Bo. The knave is after... the knave is after Furina's gnosis, isn't she?
She has her own plans. She has gained permission from the Tsaritsa to first use the Gnosis's power once she obtains it. She plans to use it to find a way to break the prophecy and save Fontaine.
Huh. Well, at least she's not gonna dip out, at least, if she's telling the truth. Oof, without fixing problems.
So, she believes in that prophecy too?
That's right. The whole House of the Hearth is currently working to combat that crisis. Today's case has also proven that people from Fontaine can indeed dissolve into some sort of water, thus further supporting the prophecy. All of us house members here, Lady Arlecchino herself included, are from Fontaine. We won't give up on defending our homeland.
Arlecchino is from Fontaine, good to know.
To us orphans, the only connection we have left to this world, apart from our family, is our homeland.
So, from small deeds like distributing magic pockets to huge schemes like stealing a gnosis, everything is aimed at dealing with that prophecy.
Wow, that's great. And I want this to be all fixed. I'm sorry, I still can't completely trust you.
It's alright, I understand. The only thing I can do is relate all this to you. I just hope you can understand that even as a member of the House, I have never stopped making my own decisions, and that I believe what I'm doing is right. If you should need anything at all in the future, feel free to find me. I will do my best to help you, as plain Lyney.
I understand. See y'all later.
Bye, Lyney.
Paimon really doesn't know what to do. Aw. Well, I guess we've got one last thing to do, probably, before this ends off.
Hey there. What was with the disappearing act you pulled right as the trial ended?
Were you looking for us, Navia?
Well, this whole thing isn't exactly over, is it? I do feel that we're getting closer to solving the serial disappearances case, though. Don't you think so, too?
Well, I'm sorry, Navia.
Huh? What's wrong, my dear partner?
I was really only trying to defend Lyney. I wasn't necessarily looking into the serial disappearances case.
Besides, are you sure we're the ones who can crack a case that's been cold for decades now?
Exactly, but I have a feeling this is one of the main reoccurring plot lines that we're gonna have, since we already proved Lyney unguilty, so you gotta have one smaller plot line that leads up to the bigger one of the rising seas that are gonna dissolve everyone. And I feel like this is gonna be it, so we have to help.
evidence from the trial, there should be a trail of breadcrumbs for the Hydro Archon's people to follow now, right?
Ah. I see. Well, I won't lie. I'm a little shocked to hear that from you. But I suppose you are just travelers who have only arrived in Fontaine after all. Sorry. I might have been too presumptuous.
Don't say that, Navia.
Let me guess, she thinks the system is corrupt and they don't actually deal with anything.
Ah, and we were having so much fun investigating with you, too.
I hope we get to work with her in the future again. She's so fun.
It was like having new waters flowing into a stagnant mire, causing new hope to spring forth, and the reflection in the murk to become clearer. Sorry about that. I'm a bit prone to nostalgia. Don't mind me. Wait, shall we have a farewell meal? You know, to commemorate our time as partners?
Sure.
Huh? Do we really need to get that formal? Well, guess you really did treat us as partners, huh?
Well, I'd just like to have a proper ending to every important memory. That way there are no regrets later. Anyway, it would just be a meal, so it shouldn't take up too much of your time.
Well, if you say so, let's go have that meal then.
You don't have to twist Paimon's arm. If Boss Navia's treating, count Paimon in!
Oh, wonderful. In that case, why don't we return to the Court of Fontaine and head to the Hotel de Boer? I believe we'll make it just in time for dinner.
All right then, let's have our farewell meal.
All right. What? Offer hydro sigils and... Okay. I guess there's something to offer my hydro sigils too. Ooh, now. That's good. But, I don't want to end up with some sort of thing causing me problems, so I'm gonna teleport over to here real quick and see where the next quest leads me so that I know where it is. But, I'm surprised we didn't give Child back his vision yet. I guess that'll happen in the next one, or maybe in a later one? I won't continue on because I've been streaming for like, what, 5 hours now? Yeah, 5 hours. I have been streaming for 5 hours now. Nope, we gotta cut it off here. We can't do another quest, but I hope that the Child thing gets resolved soon, because otherwise I'm gonna be really just like, what's going on here? This feels important, you know? Oh, but I really don't know where the story's gonna go, other than, of course, what seems to be the main thread line of the plot of the rising tides, and then, and maybe a secondary plot line being the missing young ladies' disappearances that have to do with the... Or is this still the same quest? Hold on, what? Is it still the same quest? Did I teleport out here for nothing? Okay, it's Act 2, okay. Good to know, good to know. Oh, but, yeah, I still don't really, I don't know, my brain isn't working. I don't know how that'll connect up, the missing girls will connect up, as well as I feel like Child is gonna have a big significance in this story. You just like, I don't know why he would come and pop up in this nation otherwise, especially with that lore drop. But either way, I enjoyed this wholeheartedly, and I'm gonna be unlocking almost every teleport waypoint in this area because I can't wait to explore more. This place is gorgeous, and I love it, and can't wait to do more. It'll probably be at least until next Tuesday or Thursday at absolute least amount of time. I'll probably at least wait until then. At most, wait until 2 weeks from now. So, yeah, if you want to see me do the second quest, keep an eye on my community tab, and, like, do it live, keep an eye on my community tab, and and my Twitter, where I'll post notifications of when I'm live streaming, when I'm planning on it, doing the next part of this. But hopefully you guys have enjoyed, and if you did, please consider leaving a like, and if you haven't already, subscribing, hitting the little bell to get notifications whenever I upload a new video or do a live stream like this one. And just check out my Twitter, like I said before. I do notifications over there of new videos when I'm doing streams, and I also do stream notifications on my community. You can check that out over there. But I really need to get something to eat, so we gotta end it off here. So hopefully I will see you guys in whatever I'm doing next. But until then, this is Bumper signing off. Bye guys.